Hey, oh, hold on one second. I better mute myself.
Val was supposed to take it, and then we got the opportunity. Coming or on Zoom? Just made it. We'll see. Whatever you got. Oh, yeah.
Hey, Shantae, can you hear me?
Yes,
Is Martha Mert in the audience?
yes.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we are here this evening for our regular commission meeting, Tuesday, July 11, 2023. Madam Clerk, could you do our roll call, please?
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Groth.
Here.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez. Commissioner Amsler.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
I am here remotely.
Commissioner Oliveira.
I'm here.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Wonderful, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's do Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, can I send someone in to do the pledge on my behalf, Jonathan?
Okay.
Her name is Martha Mert, and she is the Vice Chair of the Arts and Culture Board, and she's there to do a presentation tonight. And I asked her if she would do me the honor of representing me there this evening.
Perfect, thank you, Commissioner. Martha, if you would, wherever you please, wherever you're most comfortable.
All right. Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you,
Martha.
Martha.
All right, moving on to our item number 4. Do we have any additions, deletions, withdrawals to the agenda this evening?
I have one thing, Jonathan, if no, it's hard for me. I'm going to apologize for stepping all over you because I can't really see who's trying to talk or wants to talk. So
Go ahead.
tell me to shut up. Can I go?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
One very quick addition. Martha is there this evening to give the Arts and Culture Board report and requesting that we have a conversation about a dual meeting between Arts and Culture Advisory Board and the Village Foundation. So I'd like to add that for discussion so we can have a discussion about it. Otherwise, her request will fall on deaf ears.
So are we okay. So I have that down for the village board report. As far as you adding something for new.
Yeah, she's asking us to have a conversation about it and to possibly give them some direction. So we need to be able to do that because on her report, she just gives a report.
Okay. Do we have any issues adding that to the agenda at this time? No. No. Okay, just checking, just making sure procedurally. Okay, so
Thank
we'll
you.
put that. I'll put that down on. So for 13, I guess for new business would be 13C. Or 8B, sorry.
You can add it right after the
We'll do it
report
right
if you'd
after.
like.
Okay, well, why don't we just put it there then?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. All right, I have that down. Any other additions, deletions, or withdrawals? Hearing none. Okay, so then.
Motion to approve the amended agenda.
Okay, we have a motion. Commissioner Kenny, do we have a second? Second, okay. And call for vote.
Aye.
Okay, the amended agenda is approved with that one addition. All right, so we will move on to, sorry, I'm not speaking close enough. Item number 5, presentations in National Parks and Recreational Month. We have a proclamation. Somewhere in here. We are. And I will read it onto the record now. Proclamation for Parks and Recreation Month. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the Village of Biscayne Park, and whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being, and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities such as after-school, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. And now therefore it be resolved that I, Jonathan E. Groth, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby proclaim July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month in Biscayne Park. Okay, having completed section 5, let's move on to section 6, our public comment. We'll start with public comment for those here in the log cabin. Public comment here in the log cabin. Do we have any on Zoom, Mr. Manager? There are any individuals on Zoom that would like to make public comment, please raise your hand now. Okay. All right, no public comment. So we will move on to section 8, beginning with the manager's report.
Thank you. Most of the reports are already in your binders, and if you have any questions, I can take them a few things that we are doing, of course, it's budget season. We're going to start with the millage rate tonight. I will be sending out big picture overview information and then the draft budget between now and in time for your workshop in July. So that's really going to be our focal point. I also pleased to report that the latest grant deadline was met for the Safe Streets grant. That's a reimbursement grant for different safety features, obviously, and calming of your streets at some point. Unfortunately, I'm reviewing the scoring. I'm pretty confident that we are a very poor candidate, but hopeful. Takes a lot of traffic accidents to qualify.
Well, I guess it's probably a positive thing then. We're a poor candidate.
But that's all I have to report for this point.
Mayor?
Yes.
I have one comment on the last provision, the last part of that is the police agenda. I want to make sure that everybody read all the way through that because I had an email to the chief telling him that there are only certain places within which they can post the no guns as a result of House Bill 543.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure that nobody thinks that there's going to be signs all over the village, like at the rec center or anywhere else. Where they can have it is at the police station and here when the commission is meeting.
Okay.
That's really the only two places where those no guns are prohibited. So I
Okay.
just want to make sure that was clear because from the beginning of the report, it looks as though we're going to be putting them in all these places and that's not the case.
Okay. I appreciate you clarifying that for us.
And just for background, because of the change in the law, I wanted our police chief to be cognizant of that mental change in people's perspective and wanted to have the maximum preparation. And then at the will of the commission, we would apply it as you direct.
Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that update.
So may I make a comment on that, please, before we pass? I thought we were going to go through every department's report here, but I see we jumped to the police. So I'd like to respond to that. So Ed, first of all, thank you for clarifying that because I saw your original memo and what the chief reported and those conflicted with each other. And I just want to make sure that I want to be clear on something. That means no weapons, guns, knives, all the weapons that are listed can be carried into the commission meeting, but that means none of the staff or commission can carry into the building either, nor and nobody can take them into the police station. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Now, Paul, I have a question for you. Is the chief on here? I don't see him, but I can't see everybody that's on Zoom. Is he in the room?
He is not.
Okay, so in his report to us or to you, whomever he provided that to, it shows many pictures of many different kinds of signs. Was he intending those to be examples? Did he already pick the one he's going to put up? Have you, Paul? Because I saw there were different versions.
That was exactly the point, was to have as many samples
Okay.
in the record so that should it be in our decision to put them up, we would know at least right away which ones we might like and go from there.
Okay, well, if we're going to, I would like to make two requests or suggestions. One is that you use the one that shows a gun and a knife because there's lots of different weapons that are not allowed in these places. Guns is the biggest one and knives, and then there are some other things as well. Some of the signs show only guns, some show guns and knives. I think it should show both. And if we're going to have a sign, I think most of them are in English and in Spanish. I think we should add Creole to the sign as well. In Dade County, it's very common practice to use all three languages on things that are being posted for public consumption. So if it's going to be decided, Paul, are you looking for us to ask you to do that? Or are you going to take action on your own?
It was more informational and to be informational for the commission that, okay, this law does affect us. These are the maximum and the legal parameters. And should you choose to do something, I don't know you all that well, or I couldn't guess that this was something you were worried about. So I just was being proactive to that.
Well, I'm the one who brought it up a couple of meetings ago, and it was because the law passed, the bill passed, and I wanted everyone to be clear that, that people can carry guns all over the place. It's really unfortunate that we can't prohibit them from Village Hall, that we can't prohibit them from the rec center, but we can't. So everyone needs to be aware that that's, people have the option now to conceal a weapon on them when they're in these buildings as well. But if you decide to do it, those are my requests: Creole and show the guns and the knives.
Thank you.
Now, are you gonna run through these other reports, building code, all the other ones, or are they just there for us to see?
They're informational.
Okay.
So in addition to that, I know we have a clerk's report as well. I was going to ask the clerk if there was anything that she would like to discuss or bring up with respect to her report. Sorry.
No.
All right, so the other ones that are on here, well, I know you mentioned them, building code, Parks and Rec, Public Works. Is there anything specific that we,
No, Mr. Mayor.
all right, is there anything within any of these reports that any of the other commissioners wish to discuss at this time before we move on to 8B?
I just had a question on the reports for PNC, the meetings. I'll ask this to Shante. I have, it's the 15th of May and the 12th of June. So isn't it supposed to be every other week?
I believe one of those meeting weeks, they did not have a quorum,
Oh,
so
okay.
they moved it back, yes.
And then I had a question specific about the code compliance report, but it was more a clarification of what BS and A mean in the report. I don't know if you guys understood that.
I asked the same question. I sent an email in yesterday.
Oh, okay.
In another agenda item, I saw it referenced by one of the vendors who's bidding on a job tonight.
Yes.
So I later I realized what it was, but I didn't understand it either. And I asked Paul if we could avoid jargon and acronyms and abbreviations and things that the public wouldn't commonly know, things like that, because I got confused.
Yeah. So what, do we know what it means?
I didn't even hear you say their acronym.
Oh,
That's how
okay.
good it was.
BS and A, it's in the report for code compliance.
Is it?
May I?
Go ahead.
It's a software that we utilize.
Okay.
Oh, it's our software.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's one of our legacy programming that we use for code compliance tracking,
Right,
basically.
because I was trying, because I saw all zeros, so I'm like, is
Yeah.
it good?
Yeah.
I
We're-
just
we're
trying to
moving-
understand what that meant. Okay,
Yeah, so we're moving more so towards OpenGov, which is the online program. And it's working pretty well. So we only use the legacy program, and Ms. Linda can attest if we need to go back and request records or something like that. Yeah.
perfect. And there was something on the lines of vacation rent and license program that says that there was a 60 properties reviewed in Granicus. What does that mean?
It's also another form before Mario left. He set it up to where the code compliance can track now the homes here in Biscayne Park that are being utilized for short-term, what is it? Short-term rentals, I believe. Yes. So it's more so like something for us internally, for us to track.
But it doesn't mean that we got 60 requests for licenses on the month of May.
I don't believe so. I think it's 60 violations that they have, but I can
Actually,
clarify tomorrow.
I think I can clarify that a little bit for you, Vero. I
Yeah.
believe that the software scans Airbnb and Vrbo websites plus other short-term rental websites. It scans them in our area to find addresses that people are listing as short-term rentals and flagging them as, hey, these might be short-term rentals. And then our staff looks through them to make sure that they're properly licensed and all of that.
Got it. So it's kind of picking up 60.
It's picking
from
up 60 possibilities of things that should be
Okay.
checked. That's
All right,
my
I was just
understanding when
60
Mario explained it to me, yeah.
60 on the month of May. I was like, okay, what's going on? That seemed a lot, but okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Those were my questions.
That was a yes? Okay.
Can I mention something about code since we're talking about code? I'll make it really quick. I have a couple of quickie things. I won't go through all of mine. I was really surprised to see the code report, which I don't have in front of me. I'm pretty certain was for the month of May. Is that correct? Someone? There was only one property maintenance violation in the entire month of May. That is really shocking to me because I walk the village and I see many more than one property maintenance violation. Almost every construction site has multiple property maintenance violations on any given day. So to have one for the entire month was a huge red flag that waved out at me. I'm hoping it's either a mistake or I'm not understanding what it means. But Paul, maybe when you and I meet next, which will be next week, we could have a conversation about that. I'd like to understand that better because property maintenance is one of those easy fixes that we shouldn't really tolerate. It makes a
Totally.
community look terrible. And one for a month was really, the other thing that I saw on there was that rights of ways, specifically the alleys. We have these alleys in the village, not the walking paths, the alleys. that there were obstructed, residents had put things in them. I don't know what those obstructions were, but it said that they were acting on a report from someone, and went in there and cited a whole bunch of people for things that they had back in the alleys. And it's worth mentioning that if we're being fair about the alleys, I walked one of them the other day. I drove one with one of our manager candidates. We drove through an alley. The grass was like up to the hood of my car just about. And that's our responsibility to maintain them. So, people are doing stuff in the alleys they shouldn't. I'd like to see the village possibly take better care of those alleys as well. The overgrowth and the grass back there was really kind of surprising to me when I drove through one of them. And then I have some other things that aren't worth mentioning here. I'll talk to you about them.
Thank you, and I have that noted.
Thank you.
All right, so I think that concludes the reports under 8A. Were there any other comments on the reports under 8A before we move on? No? Okay. All right, 8B, our village reports. We can start with our village reports.
Good evening. Make sure that, yeah, you're hearing me. Okay. So I have a few items to report from the Arts and Culture Advisory Board. First of all, at our June meeting, we agreed to preliminary calendar of events, including 5 events that we're proposing for the upcoming fiscal year, as well as the proposed timing for those. So just briefly, they include an evening with an architect. This is a series we actually launched last year, but we changed out. Last year, it was a local author that was featured. It's an event we have here in the log cabin. So this year we were thinking of bringing in an architect to be named, who could enlighten us on local architectural styles, architectural history of the park, things like that. And that would be for October of this year. And in November, we're proposing a new event called the Biscayne Park Arts Carnival. At least that's the working title right now. The idea is it would be a family-friendly event that features a variety of art forms, as well as classes, fun activities for kids, adults, everybody in the village. The other 3 events that we have right now are similar to ones we've had this year. So that's Earth Hour, which would be in March of next year, Jazz in the Park for May, and Mango Fest in June of 2024. Now, this is preliminary. The next step toward finalizing our proposed calendar is to meet with the foundation. We want to do that to discuss and coordinate on events for the coming year. We know this year, as things were kind of getting back into swing after the pandemic, there were a lot of events back to back during the spring. And we want to be able to better plan out and space those out. So we want to ensure we're spacing out activities properly to maximize resident engagement and also to collaborate for greater impact and efficiency. We're all volunteers. We have limited time. So the more we can do together, I think the better, the events can be. So one request I have for the commission, I'd like you to formally request that the Arts Board and the Foundation hold a joint public meeting as soon as possible so we can get this planning underway in time for budget season. I believe that the Commission's request will help to expedite the scheduling of this meeting. And on that note, I want to acknowledge that we've had some recent exchanges, or there have been some recent exchanges between the board and the foundation. And we acknowledge that the tone of those exchanges does not reflect the spirit of cooperation that we want to cultivate. At our last meeting, our board agreed that we want to work more cohesively and collaboratively with the foundation as well as other village advisory boards. Doing so is in the best interest of the village and will help us deliver on our mission most effectively. So that's everything in relation to calendar of events and the requests that we have for the commission. I also just want to mention one other update. We were invited, or I should say, one of the organizers of the Miami Shores Pride Parade has extended an invitation to the village of Biscayne Park through one of the board members of the Arts and Culture Board to have a float at next year's Miami Shores Pride Parade. Apparently other cities have been invited and are participating. I know, for example, I heard El Portal is participating. So since this is really sort of a village level invitation, we wanted to extend this to the commission for response. I don't know who the appropriate person at the village would be to respond, and we can put you in touch. So we just want some direction on how to respond or who to refer to this to for response. That wraps up my report.
Can I ask a question?
Thank you.
Yes.
So for tomorrow, you're still meeting tomorrow? Do you have a foundation meeting? Oh, no.
No,
Okay.
we met in late June and we
Okay.
were not able to get the
Okay,
meeting scheduled with the foundation yet.
all right.
Yeah, so I think you guys can help us to expedite, make sure that happens.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Martha.
Uh-huh. Any other questions?
Actually, I do, maybe just a comment. Perhaps, Paul, you could take that information from Martha and bring it to for the Miami Shores Pride, because that may be something we need to discuss as part of the budget. If it costs us any money at all, we need to include it. So maybe you could get the information from Martha. We could discuss it at our first budget workshop. If it makes the cut, then we could decide how to move forward from that. Does that make sense?
Sounds good.
Okay. And I communicated with Jill Gruken, the president of the foundation, and she said that if any of you have not spoken with her, that if the commission asked the foundation to do so, that they would certainly have a dual meeting with the arts board. So both boards are just simply waiting for us to have this conversation and say, please have a meeting and to discuss this topic. So if we wanted to have that conversation now, I'm wholeheartedly in support of that. These are both great boards. They do fabulous work for the village, and we're so much better as a result of both boards. And if they can come together and help sort of divide and conquer things better for fiscal 2024 and make things even better, I say, let's do it.
So what's the expectation that we set up a time and a space for this to happen officially?
We just ask them to do it and let them figure out on their calendars when to do it. I don't think we need to direct a night for them to do it. We just need to ask the two boards to to schedule a dual meeting with Shantae, put it on the calendar and have it. It's not a meeting we could attend, but it's not a meeting we would participate in.
Have you met before with the board, with the foundation? Sorry.
Yeah, Nicole Payne has previously attended some foundation meetings, but we've never had a joint meeting between the two organizations.
And the idea of meeting for tomorrow, that never went through?
I reached out to the foundation, but I didn't get a response.
Yeah, okay.
They're
So
waiting for us to ask.
So what's the format of the meeting gonna be like?
I think it would
What do you
be-
anticipate the format to be?
Yeah, I anticipate it to be similar to a board meeting where it's public. We could have, if people need to zoom in, we could have Zoom set up. If not, we'll just have it the way we normally do. And Shantae could help us to coordinate and get it set up and on the calendar. And, whoever wants to attend could attend and make comments. But the idea would be we'd have an agenda based on discussing the upcoming calendar. We can share our ideas and what we're planning. The board could share what they're planning, and we could look for opportunities to collaborate. So, some of the ideas we have, maybe, we actually do in conjunction with the foundation or vice versa. So I think if we can get that planned and in the calendar now, we can avoid these sort of, stepping over each other in terms of like similar activities.
Hey, Ed, I have a question for you. I'm assuming that for a dual meeting to happen with these two boards together, that each board will have to satisfy a quorum, or that board would not be represented at that meeting, or is it a quorum of the two boards combined?
There's no quorum requirement. There's no action that's going to be taken. I mean, each one would act independently of one another. They're going to have to be noticed, but mostly for the Arts and Cultural Board, because the foundation is a separate entity and it's not a governmental entity.
Mhm.
We still have to notice the meeting.
Right. But they have to have a quorum to meet. If the arts and culture doesn't have a quorum there, then the meeting can't happen anyway.
Well, I thought this was in the form of a workshop more than a formal meeting.
That was gonna
Well,
be my
I don't
question.
know. Yeah, I'm to a question, because if they want to make decisions on something and bring it back to the commissioner, but if they're going to make decisions and vote, then there needs to be a meeting. It can't be a workshop, right? They
Yeah.
can't make any decisions at a workshop.
Yeah, but each individual board would have to make their own decision. Not going to do that jointly.
Yeah, so you're saying we might workshop ideas and then we'd still have to have potentially a separate board meeting to approve those ideas.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Ed,
I mean, it adds another step in the process, and I know we're getting into budget season, so that's the only thing I'm conscious of.
Ed, I did have one quick question related to the foundation specifically. I mean, this is obviously a mere recommendation that the commission is making. We can't compel them to do anything because they're a separate entity, correct?
That's right. Although the village is the sole member of the foundation.
Yeah, I remember this discussion.
And in fact, I was trying to get it so that I could speak a little more intelligently about it. But yeah, I've got the articles of incorporation and the bylaws for the foundation. So
And I guess it wouldn't really be much of a direction anyway, as more than, or more so a recommendation that the two boards get together and have this type of roundtable. That's kind of the way that I thought it might be, a more of a roundtable kind of workshops
Mhm.
setting. So maybe a recommendation then, just being, clear from what action the commission is taking, that it's a recommendation versus I say that only because this is the verbiage I'm used to, compelling the two to do so.
Right.
Something which I'm certain that I don't think we can do.
there's really nothing in either the articles of incorporation or the bylaws that specifically address this issue. And it's not like the village can say, okay, foundation, you have to meet with
Right.
the arts and cultural board.
Mm.
But we certainly can recommend it,
Recommend. Yeah,
suggest it.
I think that satisfies the ask.
I think so. Yeah.
But the idea being that maybe if there is not enough people, I mean, maybe there's one people of the foundation there, would that be representative of any decision making?
But I think the point that Ed was making before was that it doesn't necessarily need a quorum, an in-person quorum, if they're not
Just one.
coming to any decisions at the time. That's where the workshop setting comes in. It's more of, this is our calendar, this is your calendar, let's decide on some dates together and then go to your separate meetings and then vote on it there.
Yeah,
That's probably procedurally the right way to do it.
I mean, you guys know better than I
It'd
do.
take longer.
But it sounds like that would probably be from a legal framework perspective, the right way to do it. The main thing, what we really care about is just having that opportunity and to sit down and plan together. And we do want to, express to the foundation our desire to cooperate. Like we are, I don't know. I mean, maybe in the past it was different on these boards, but today everybody is really busy. People are busy. Everybody's got jobs. Everybody works, right? So we're all doing this for the betterment of the village and because we might have a personal interest or passion in doing it, but it's really hard to pull off these events. So the more that we can come together and do things together, I just think it's got to be better for everybody. And certainly same thing with the residents. Everybody has limited time and attention. As much as they love having activities right here in Biscayne Park, if we have 3 activities, 3 weekends in a row, everybody's busy and has their own things to do. So chances are you're only going to come to one of those. So that's all. We're just trying to make it more efficient, more impactful for the residents.
That makes sense. It sounds like, it seems like everyone's in agreement, and everyone can correct me if I'm misspeaking, that it is the recommendation of the commission that the two groups get together and hash out those calendar issues. I think that's what we're doing. Procedurally, I think that's the right thing to do. So I guess you have the commission's recommendation.
Yeah, and I think you, like, to your point, there's a time frame here because we're going into budget season. So the faster you all get together, the faster you can get to a conclusion as to what exactly you're going to do and what they're going to do and whatnot. So I would suggest you all get together, try to get together by, this month.
Yeah, I agree. So what is the next step? Like who would this recommendation come out from? Like, is that something that would come via
I
Shantae or
think
would it?
Yeah, or the manager.
Okay.
To both boards
Mm-hmm.
and suggest that they meet sometime this month so that we can move this forward.
Yeah. And I know from our side, our next scheduled board meeting is in I'm confused. No, in early August. Yeah. So if we could meet this month, that would be perfect, that we'd have time to meet after that and
Yeah,
make
sure.
any decisions. Yeah. And I'm
Do you-
sure the foundation has one similarly.
Do you have an order of magnitude in your mind for the cost?
I mean, I would say, I don't remember the number off the top of my head for this year, but I would say, similar to what we budgeted this year, which I think was, I don't want to say the wrong number. Yeah, I would say similar to what we
Okay.
budgeted this year, but I can follow up with you
I
on
have
that
that.
as well as the
that.
information.
I have it.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, add in a couple of events.
Yeah, I think it's in total the same amount because instead of the Jam in the Park, which was sort of a kids' music festival, we want to replace that with Arts Carnival. However, that might be, so it might be similar in magnitude, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Thank
Right.
you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martha.
Okay, so we have our arts and culture board report taken care of in the discussion. Are there any other board reports? Do we have any other board reports here or on Zoom? Seeing none, okay. Ed, you mentioned you had something for the village attorney report.
Very quickly, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and our friends out in the audience. I'd like to introduce Brad Weissman, who's the newest member of our firm, who comes to us from the city of Fort Lauderdale, where he spent the last 12 years as their police advisor, so that we have that added benefit. And Brad's going to be working with me to represent the city, so you'll be seeing his face around here from now on.
Hi, Brad.
Welcome, Brad.
Welcome, Brad.
Much appreciated. We're looking forward to working with you.
Ed, does that mean that Valerie is no longer on our account? Should we stop emailing her?
Yeah, if I need to bring her in, Mac, I'll do that. But she's pretty much got her hands full
Got
where
it.
she is.
Got it.
So Brad and I are gonna hopefully do half the job that Valerie did.
Good answer. Good response.
Is that combined? You're gonna, okay.
All right, thank you, Ed. Thank you, Ed. Okay, so why don't we move on to our commission reports? Is there anyone that'd like to get us started?
Well, I don't have a report, but I just wanted to follow up on something that I've been trying to deal with for the last, I don't know, 6-8 months. We've been talking about the issue with the canal, with speeders and whatnot. And I
Yeah.
just wanted to follow up a little bit on that. I had a meeting, the chief introduced me to somebody high up in the Florida Wildlife Game Commission. And so we had a meeting and we discussed the issues, and obviously it's a manpower issue. This is a very small canal. You know, they're more worried about what's going on in the bay and in the ocean, protecting lives. But you know, I explained to him, you know, the issues that we're having in the canal with speeders and boats and jet skis and whatnot. And he mentioned that he was going to look into one of the things which I had suggested, which was signage in that canal. There's very little signage about no wake. But he also mentioned that they have a big issue with some lake that this canal is connected to up further up inland. And he mentioned that every time they go there, they end up arresting a bunch of people and repossessing jet skis. And so he said that it may be time for another raid. So so that's kind of at least, you know, we're trying to move the needle a little bit there, but it's been very difficult to get you know, much attention into that. I even showed him a picture of a wounded manatee that apparently had gotten hit by some kind of motorboat or something. So hopefully something happens, but no promises.
Thanks for caring and trying, Art, because I know it bothers you, especially because you live on the canal, but it's important to everybody, especially concerning our native wildlife. It's a really sad and scary commentary on humans.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, do we have any other commission reports? No? No? Okay.
I have a couple of things.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy?
Is everyone else done?
I'll finish up, but
Okay.
go ahead.
So first of all, thank you guys for pushing the meeting back to accommodate my schedule. As you know, I'm in a conference out in Vegas and I hustled butt to get here today in time. So I really appreciate it. Last meeting, the Girl Scouts came and dropped off cookies and we never gave an official thank you because they dropped them and left. They couldn't stay. So I think we need to say an official thanks to Girl Scout Troop 1305 for including us in their Hometown Heroes program and giving us a bunch of cookies and fattening us all up. I have two other village topics I want to discuss. One is last meeting, a separate Girl Scout, Isabella, I forget her last name, It's the second time she's come to us with her desire to do something with that pocket park down at the bottom of 10th Avenue as part of one of her badges that Girl Scouts earn, which is a really cool thing she's doing. And she sent an email to us all. I think we were all on it. I responded to her email, took all of you off reply. I have not heard back. I think it's important that we make sure that whatever is done there is done properly and with the village's full participation, because we can't have one of our public spaces be developed in some way that may be contrary to what we want done with those. So at the risk of sounding like, the old curmudgeon, trying to step on some Girl Scouts, I'm happy that they want to do something. We just need to make sure that we know what they're going to do. Everything was very vague. It was remove invasive plants, but we don't know what they are. Add other plants in, but we don't know what they are. Add in some posts that I'm not certain per our code are allowed to be there without any regard to how Public Works has to get into it. I just think that whole thing needs to be fleshed out better. I think she's up against a deadline to get this done. She came to us like 2 or 3 years ago with the same thing, but it didn't move forward. But as much as I want to help her out, I want to make sure that what she does on village property fits in with what our village goals are for village property. I think our Parks and Parkways boards and certainly staff needs to be involved in that. So I hope that's not just sort of moving forward because we thanked her for coming to us with that plan. And I have no idea what happened after that email was sent, except that I replied, shared these kinds of concerns with her and said, for me to support this, here's kind of what I would need to know. Not asking her for, professional landscaping plans or anything, but just sort of fill in some blanks for us. So I think that's worth saying. So Paul, do you know if anything's moving forward there after that email was sent?
Now that you've brought it up, I'm trying to remember. I believe there were a few comments to her to try to hone in on the plant material that, like you just described. I did not see a follow-up on that, but I can look at it and see if there's more to be done.
Okay, just don't want her to show up and start planting stuff and taking things out without us being aware. And then the other thing is, last meeting, I brought up the fact that we don't have codified anywhere that we require people to identify themselves by names and addresses. We've kind of always done it, but it's not codified. Ed's the one who told me it's not codified and suggested that we do it somewhere, either in the code or in our meeting procedures. And I thought that was going to come back to us this month, but it didn't make it onto the agenda. So million moving parts in the village, I understand. So, but I think we do need to tie up that little loose end. If we can get that on the next agenda, that would be great.
So Commissioner Kennedy, I'll make a note that we'll add that for number 14, request replacement on items for next meeting agenda.
Okay, very good.
I seem to recall that girls that came to talk about the pocket park, I thought we had asked them to maybe get in touch with the Parks Board. And that we also, I seem to recall us saying we'd like to see some sort of plan too.
Yes.
So yeah, I don't think that there was like an acquiescence.
Well, what I recall is we said, that's really great, and send us, she said, who do I send something to? She needed to send something because she needed something back saying that she could do it for her Girl Scout troop. And then she sent it to all of us. So I just don't want her to think that sort of, if someone replied and said, it's great, go ahead and do it, that it gives her the permission to sort of keep moving forward with that. As much as I want to help her out, I just want to make sure it's done right for the village too.
Makes sense.
So that's what I recall. It was
We don't-
contact us. Yeah.
It was the mom.
Okay.
I don't think it was an explanation of the plan of attack, like exactly what they wanted to do. So that was requested today. It was more about, tell us what you're looking for and give us a detail so we can make it the reply all approval on it. But I
Well,
don't
we
think that-
can't reply all and approve it like that, but that's.
No,
my
I know. My way of saying, just to approve whatever to the mom or and the girl, whatever was suggested, if I'm not recalling mistake.
I think Paul's on it for us, so he's going to take the next step in trying to get that resolved.
I'm right after it.
Thanks, Paul. Okay, thanks, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Olivera, we still have her, right?
I'm here. Thanks, Paul, for that. I did speak with one of the troop leaders on this topic, and everyone was out on vacation. So, they were going to try to make it in to see if they connect with Park and Recs to get the proper plant material and all of those things. But I think everyone kind of is just returning to town now. between last week and this week. So after the holidays. So I'm expecting that, you won't have any issue getting in touch with anyone. And other than that, no, I don't have any report. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just had a few quick items. Update for the FAA letter. I made some changes based on the last discussion that we had, I think last month. I'm going to be sharing that with North Bay Village to see if they have any comments. And then we can try and move that one forward. I've been in touch with the Miami Shores Chamber of Commerce. They're talking about trying to have a mixer event of sorts, networking event here in the log cabin. So we provided them with the information on how to rent it out, and we're still talking about logistics. They're talking about end of August. I don't know if that's going to be enough time to get the word out, but he said local businesses and people and residents from the shores and from El Portal will all be, they'll speak to all them. They'll try and get some folks to come here and kind of have a general mixer networking event. So that's pretty early on. I also had a discussion recently with someone as part of the National Fitness Campaign. They reached out to us to talk about potentially installing like a fitness court in the village. Just because there's federal funds available to do that. So I know some time ago, there had been just some preliminary discussions about adding exercise equipment around the park. It was very early on. They just kind of gave a presentation. I'll have the clerk send around the slideshow that they gave to us so everyone can take a look. My initial impression is it's probably going to be too expensive. But all the numbers are in there and everyone can take a look once she sends that around to everybody.
So, but this would be for us to fund, or you're saying there's opportunity?
There's a federal grant available for it, but then we would have our own component that we'd be required
Yes.
to fund independently, and it's a little bit more than I was hoping for. But you'll see it. The figures are in there on what's available for the federal grant and then what we would be responsible for, depending on the different levels that we might be interested in. Not saying that we need this, just
Oh, but
someone asked and
Prior to budget season, things.
right, take the call and just see what they have to say. So it's interesting. So everyone can just kind of take a look and see what they think of the presentation.
You might want to share that with ISA as well. I'm assuming it's something for the rec center.
It would probably be around there. I think that's the only place that something like this would fit. It's a little bit larger than I was anticipating too. So space is another consideration. One of the other considerations that they said is there's got to be a concrete slab for it to support this thing. And I asked if there were alternatives to concrete slab, something that's a little more porous, allows drainage, but she said no. So there's a couple of things that just aren't really.
Yeah, there's a few of them in Dade County that
Yeah.
are gotten that grant, and they have the porous, like a jogging path connected to them. And then they pour the pad, however many units you put out. Or if they're near a sidewalk, they put them as part of a sidewalk
Yeah.
composite.
Okay, that makes sense. There were a couple kind of impediments to it that I wasn't crazy about. There's like a preset design you have to pick for the back wall and you really can't change it. And it didn't really look very green friendly, but I'll send it so everyone can take a look at it. You'll probably see what I mean.
Thanks, Mayor. I look forward to that. I really enjoyed the outdoor exercise area in Margaret Pace Park for quite some time. So it's certainly a cool idea. And I think our park lends itself to that, but it sounds like maybe this particular set isn't the right one for us at this time, but I'll look forward to your email. Thank you.
I'm gonna send it right now before I forget. Okay.
That's the wise way.
Top of mind. Okay, all right, so that's all I have for right now. So let's move on to number 9, our consent agenda, which is 2 items, 9A, 9B. Do I have a motion to approve in a second?
I'll make a motion
Mo-
to approve.
I'll second it.
Okay, second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, consent agenda passes. All right, so let's move on to number 10, our ordinances. Our first item is 10A, ordinance 2023-08, revision of construction code, first reading. Ed, would you please introduce the ordinance for us? Onto the record, I'm sorry.
Ordinance number 2023-08. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending Chapter 18 of the Land Development Code of the Village of Biscayne Park to revise the definition of construction site in Section 18.1, to clarify the screening requirements for temporary toilets in Section 18.8, to repeal certain bond requirements associated with building permits in Section 18.10, and creating Section 18.3.9 to explicitly adopt standards regarding repair of public property damaged during construction, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for effective date. And this is first reading.
Thanks, Ed. We have
Make a motion to approve.
Second,
Well, I think we need public comment on this first, don't we? Do we have an introduction or an overview of this, Paul?
I am not that familiar with it to help in that capacity, so
Okay,
it's
understood.
first reading, so it was discussed even moving it, but it's still here.
All right, so we'll hold on the motion for 1 second. We'll just ask if there's any public comment either here or in the log cabin on the item before we move it to the motion. Okay, no? Are there any on Zoom? Being none? Okay, all right, so I think the motion, Commissioner Kenny was the motion, and Commissioner Amsler was the second. Okay, so do we have any discussion for the commission on this item?
I do, but I'll go last. If you want me to.
Sorry. No, go ahead, Commissioner, if.
Okay. So I have comments on 3 different sections. Let's jump to section 10. That's all been crossed out. That's what used to be the bond requirements.
mhm,
And that's how we held people responsible for the damage of public property. And Ed, if I understand, you guys took that out and replaced it with 18.3.9, which is handling damage to public property in a different way. Yeah.
mhm.
That's correct.
Okay. So and I don't recall us having that discussion saying we wanted to move from one way of handling it to another. I brought this up, I think, more than once because it wasn't being done and I wanted to understand the language in section 10. I asked our building official to come in, Pedro, and he spoke to this because I wanted to understand. It was all at the building of Pedro. It's all at his option when to use this section of our code to hold people responsible for damaging public property. I didn't know that we were going to take it out and replace it with something else. So before I make my comments, maybe someone could clarify for me when and how was the decision made to, maybe Ed's going to tell us we can't do it legally and that's why we have to do it this way. Or did someone, how did
I
this
believe
come
it was
about, Ed?
Pedro, Commissioner. Actually, the building official was present with us and he
Right.
said that he, being that it was up to him to take in the $5,000
Right.
and typically he didn't even do anything with it. So he didn't feel like it was a tool that would be used. And so it was proposed to remove it and change, and this is what it's coming back as now, right?
I
So
don't recall that happen. I know that Pedro said he would go report back to us because I ran into him at Village Hall one day when I was there with Mario and I had asked the 3 of us were talking. I said, hey, is that going to come back to us? And he said, yes. But I do not recall that we did make that decision that we would remove one and replace it with the other. He was going to look, he didn't seem to know at the time really how it was meant to work. I felt like he was hearing it sort of cold at the meeting. And I mean, we could look back at the video and see exactly what happened. But my point is, I was not of the understanding that that was being taken out. So here it is scratched and replaced with a different system altogether to try to achieve the same thing. So my first comment is, I didn't know we agreed to do this, and I really don't think we did. So we might want to start the conversation there, but let me move on to something else. The other thing the other reason this came up was because it was the temporary toilets, and this was something that was kind of a bone of contention with me. And that's where they're placed and how they should be hidden from view. So the way they changed it there, 18.8.1.2, I'm totally cool with what it says. It does say a minimum 6 foot high fence. The word minimum is really important there because it also says very clearly, temporary toilets shall not be visible from the public's view or from adjoining rights of way or properties. So this does not say they have to install a 6-foot fence. It says at minimum, it must be 6 foot and have the meshing or whatever the material's called. But regardless, it has to completely shield the toilet. So I want to make sure everyone understands the language here. It's minimum 6 foot, but if 6 feet isn't tall enough to shield that thing, then they've got to go taller. So that's something we need to make sure everyone's clear about. I'm fine with the way it's worded. I just want to make sure that our code department enforces it, or building, or whomever is in charge of enforcing this, because I don't want to see toilets from the street. And I get complaints from plenty of other people. This isn't Mac's sole gripe. But we need to make sure that we're all clear on what it says. I don't know how tall a typical porta potty is. I think they're over 6 feet tall, because I see them in the village now behind fences and they're not completely screened from view. So those 6-foot fences are not cutting it. So just want to make sure everyone's clear on that. Does anyone want to comment on that before I jump to 3.9?
Yeah, I do. The minimum 6 feet hasn't changed. That's exactly the language that's currently
Correct.
in there. The only thing the change is the screening. So I just want to make that clear.
Yeah. I
And
wasn't
it,
seeing
and it has
you
to be
guys did it.
maintained in good order.
Yeah.
But I'd also point out that we wouldn't take the time to amend this unless we had direction from the commission to do so. My recollection is that the building official came and said that he never requires those bonds, and that you wanted an alternative way of assuring that if someone damaged city property, that there was a way to ensure that it was going to be corrected.
Understood.
And this is the manner in which we have recommended.
Understood. Now, and my reply to that will be, the building official was not requiring, he was not enforcing the bond requirements that were his solely to enforce. And the new 18.3.9 again puts the responsibility squarely on that person. So if the person's not going to enforce one thing, they're likely not to enforce the other thing either. So let's move on to that section, because it sounds like I'm afraid it's not going to be enforced, quite frankly, because this requires it to be, it's solely square, it falls squarely on the building official. So here's what I read when I read this. And Ed, step in here and stop me if I get something wrong. If someone's doing construction, they have a permit, they don't have a permit, they're doing construction and they damage public property. We're talking a median, a tree, something, some of our land. The building official has sole responsibility to make it get corrected. And they tell the person, correct it. So the building official has to notice it. I guess it could be reported by someone else. I suppose code could report it to them. I don't know how the internal communications works, but it is the building official's responsibility then to tell them to correct the damage. So they give them 5 days to correct the damage, and then they'll be cited with a code violation from the code compliance officer. Then it goes back to the code department. Here's my first issue with that. Number one, that it's the building official who's taking on the responsibility of doing it or not. The building official is not in this village every day. The building official is not out and about like that all the time to see these things happening. So that's my first problem, is that it falls on the building official who's not here all the time. And it says that they will refuse to do a final inspection. It doesn't say that they'll stop work. It says they won't do the final inspection. Well, the final inspection could be months and months and months away, if I'm reading this correctly. So something happens on the first day of construction. What the building official is going to say, if he notices it at all, is I won't do your final, which is going to be in January, until you correct this damage. Well, the damage, depending on what the damage is, could be something that gets worse and worse and worse because it wasn't corrected and immediately. I'm not going to give examples of that, but you can all imagine the kind of things it would be, especially if it involves a tree, for example. So the damage is done, but the correction is not required at the maximum of all the way out until the final inspection. And they have 5 days to do it. Here's my next problem. Now we have a property owner, likely their contractor, developer, correcting village property that's been damaged. So they've damaged it. And now we're saying you have to fix it. Do we want residents and their contractors correcting the damage they caused? Fixing a tree, medians, it's our property they damaged. So now we're saying you fix it. And if they don't, then a code violation is issued. And that at that point, it turns into a lien on the property. I don't hear stop work order in here. I don't hear your next inspection won't happen because you damaged something. I have a problem with people, with contractors working on village property. Now they make something worse. Now what do we do? Now they've gone to quote, fix something and they've made it worse. I see all these things sort of snowballing, and it's the building official's responsibility to initiate this and to close it out. And he's not doing what's in the code now. So what makes me think he's actually going to do this either? It's because it says very clearly, the decision to undertake such repairs or restoration is within the discretion of the building official. And neither he nor the village or its officials or employees shall be liable for the decision of whether to undertake such action or the manner in which it was performed. So it sounds to me like that last sentence is, and if something goes wrong, he's out. He's not responsible for it anyway. So I have lots of issues with this, and I don't even know how to suggest that they get untangled. But this is just those of you who may not be aware, anyone listening, not just the commissioners, this is a real thing that happens in the village. People damage village property when they're building a home. They damage medians, they damage tree roots, they knock down trees. It's happened, right? Knocked it down, it's gone, right? Snapped it off clean. And other things as well. So this does need to exist, and we do need to hold people responsible for when they damage village property and our trees. I mean, certainly very important to us. But I'm very confused by this. I have concerns about how it's initiated, the whole building official having sole responsibility. I don't know why the manager, staff wouldn't be saying this is, I don't understand why administration wouldn't be involved in this. Maybe legally they can't. Maybe Ed will jump in here. So I don't even know how to suggest untangling it, but those are all my concerns with 18.3.9. Ed, did I say anything there that you can just sort of rest my mind about that I didn't understand correctly?
Only the building official can make a determination on final inspection. The manager can't make that determination. So, and if the building official's not doing his job, then it's up to the manager to make sure that he or she is doing their job.
And wouldn't code enforcement be functioning in parallel?
That's exactly what the intent of this is.
Yeah, so maybe the language could be amplified.
Yeah.
But that's how I would always understand this, would be that the code enforcement works independently. When it comes to a specific building item, they need the building official to make all the decisions for the reasons you just stated. But when there's a damaged piece of public property, we don't need the building official to tell us our property's damaged. And we could enforce the code and trigger a building official or his employer to do the job.
And is that correct? Can that happen if code, they're the ones who saw the damage? Can they initiate this process?
All they can do is advise the building official who has to make the determination of refusing to make the final inspection and giving notice to fix the damaged condition.
So really, Ed, are you saying that legally we can't tell the building official they have to do it?
That's right. It's up to the building official's discretion. That's what it is under the Florida Building Code.
That's wild, that someone could damage our property and we can't hold them responsible if the building official decides not to, or just doesn't do the job at all, which is what's been happening now. I'm not saying anything personal about Pedro, but that's what's happening now. Nothing's being done. It's not being enforced at all. And then we're not holding people responsible. What about the idea that that the resident, that their contractor, whomever, is correcting the damage? Is that a requirement?
What was that?
No, it's not a requirement, but The village doesn't have the money to make those repairs. That's the whole point of this, is to try and get the contractor to pay for the repairs necessary caused by their negligence or whatever.
Well, can we say that the village will make the repairs and the contractor has to pay for it?
That's what it says. The village shall have the public property repaired or restored and shall notify a code compliance officer who will institute necessary action to have the repair cost placed as a lien against the property.
I understand that, but before that, it says the permit holder has to correct the damage condition within 5 days. I don't necessarily want them, depending on what it is, I don't want them making the repairs and those, even in that window. I understand that later we're gonna do it and place a lien on them. But initially, they do get 5 days to repair damaged village property.
Correct.
Can it be that we don't allow them to do it, but we require them to pay for it? And can we stop the work from proceeding any further while this is taking place? Because that's the thing, until you issue a stop work order, no one pays attention to these things. They get code violations, they get cited for stuff, and they accumulate and they add up, and we aren't great about citing them properly. Historically, we're doing better now. But until a stop work order is issued, then all of a sudden everybody pays attention. Because, oh no, I have to get back to work. That's how you make them pay attention. That's what a stop work order is for. Like,
Yeah, I
okay,
don't-
stop.
But two things. Number one is I don't know what the legal basis is for issuing a stop work order. But I'm suspecting that it has to be something that have to do with health, safety, and welfare. And damaging a tree is probably not one of those examples. The second thing is that it's still the discretion of the building official whether to
Yeah.
issue the stop work order or not.
Understood, but I'm talking about the section where it says the resident, the permit holder has 5 days to correct the damage. I'm not comfortable with people correcting damage to public property.
Why not, Mac? I'm just trying to understand what is the concern if.
It depends on what the nature of the damage is. There's so many things that they could have damaged, you know. How are they gonna, let's say they back into a tree and knock it cattywampus and it has to be uprighted properly. Well, that has to be done properly. If you're gonna try to save a tree that was messed with, you don't just go pull it back with attach a rope to the back of your pickup, pull it straight and call it a repair. You know, that requires someone who knows what they're doing to come in and do it. I just want to make sure, guys, when village property is damaged, I want it fixed right. And to get it fixed right, if we can, we should issue a stop work order. Because that's when people pay attention.
If I may, so this is nothing new. This has been obviously been going on forever, right? So one of the
What's been
issues
going on forever.
the fact that we haven't really been following up on any of this
yes,
stuff,
yes,
right?
yes.
So this is not anything new. But one of the big issues, Mac, is that, you know, other than catching people doing it, you're going to have a really hard time proving who did the damage, right? So you're basically what we're saying is before construction comes out to do anything, you got to take pictures. I mean, if you really want to do this the right way, you got to take pictures of the entire area. And then you got to patrol it like on a daily basis, right? So let's be realistic here, okay? What we're doing here is we're just giving teeth to ourselves to be able to do something if we were to find something out, right?
That's right.
But the reality is that unless we actually catch somebody knocking over the tree, who knocked over the tree? The garbage guy did. The next door neighbor did.
We've
You
had
have
people
no
admit
way of
they did it.
proving. You have
We've
no
had
way of
people
proving
admit
it.
they do it. The
Well,
one on
okay,
119th Street, they said we did it.
okay. So, but how often does that happen? I've never heard of such a thing. That, you know, I mean, you may have people that admit that they did. I've never heard of that. But okay, if that's the case, then we've written something that we have a little bit of teeth. But the reality is that unless, like I said, unless you catch somebody in the act, or, you know, somebody that just comes out and confesses, oh, I did it. You really don't have a lot of, you
I
really don't
understand.
have a lot, you know, you can do.
I get it.
I might have a recommendation that might be able to kind of put the issue at ease, maybe. Very quickly, Ed, I just have one question for you. That first sentence where it says the building official may refuse to make final inspection. When you said that this is at the discretion, according to Florida Building Code, it's at the discretion of that individual, does that preclude us from changing may to shall?
I'll have to check that. I'm just not sure.
Just kind of a question.
Or future inspections, depending on what part of the construction timeline.
All right.
Something along those lines.
Sure. The other part, Ed, too, correct me if I'm wrong, but a very strong supplement to this provision is the contractual agreement with the contractor. Is there any type of breach and cure provisions within a contract with the contractor? Or is this all?
Remember, we don't have any privity with the contractor. That's
Right.
between
Right.
the owner and the permit holder, whoever that
Right.
may be. And I'd also point out, that it says that the permit holder is to correct the damaged condition, okay? So that if it knocks over a tree, it may need to hire an arborist to come in to do that properly, okay? I think that's implied that it's going to be done properly. And if it's not, it's up to the building official to determine it hasn't been done properly and make sure that it gets done the right way.
Maybe something as simple as that the permit holder will correct the damaged condition to the satisfaction of the village.
Sure.
And that might, Mac, does that address it? I mean, that gives,
Look, if it provides that expertise, sure, stuff like that would help. And on that topic, this may be covered. Ed, tell me if it is. What if the condition that they cause is not reparable? They knock over a tree and it's dead. It's gone. It's broken.
that
So
would
is the
trigger
so is the
second
is
part.
the
Is it not
correct-
replaced?
Is the correction of the condition a replacement?
Well, I think it would be, but that's,
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
that's
thinking
again,
of
gonna have to be decided by the building official.
Maybe that language then to the satisfaction of the village would give us the final authority to say, this has been corrected to our satisfaction, we're happy, and if not, then you move on to the second provision of that.
And if it could be the next inspection, it's this whole notion that they won't make the final inspection. So the condition, and again, it's something that could be getting worse and worse and worse because it wasn't repaired right away. Can we make that tighter? Can we make it, they will refuse the next inspection instead of the final inspection?
Yeah, that's a good call. I don't see any reason we can't do that legally. If
Okay.
that's what
That-
we want.
That helps a lot because that puts some immediacy on it, right? And then where would a stop work order come into play? If they didn't, well, what happens when if we've changed it to the next inspection and now, we're not going to do your next inspection. Depending on the job, they would not be able to continue to work, right? If it were a roof and the building official said, I'm not doing the next inspection because you didn't fix the tree, then they wouldn't be able to continue work depending. They might be able to do some different work, but they wouldn't necessarily be able to continue with the job, right?
Well, that part of the job that the inspection applies.
That the inspection applies, okay. See, I would like them to be able to issue a stop work order whenever they can. It's especially, and again, it's up to the building, it's up to the building inspector, but especially if it's something, the damage they've caused is something that is going to get worse because it wasn't fixed right away, they should be able to issue a stop work order to force their hand that way too, if that's ultimately what needs to happen.
We'll take a look and see if that's permissible.
Okay.
So with those kind of amendments that we've discussed, we can still move it to second reading and it'll come back with those updates, correct?
We'll redline it and so that the commission can see which revisions have been made.
All right. Thank you, Ed.
And we'll include a memo to explain why it can or can't,
Mhm.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
right? So that.
Yeah.
And I have another question for you. What if the permit holder is the village itself? Does do different things kick in? And I'm thinking of the drain project recently where they really damaged 28 trees, some of them severely,
That's
So-
where our
That's the
contractual provisions with the contractor kick in.
Okay. Okay.
Where they'll have to do that, and this provision will never
Okay.
come into play.
I was just a
Okay,
little ahead
so-
of the game, that's all.
Okay. Looking through my notes here real quickly, Jonathan, sorry. Yeah, this notion of people repairing things really so odd to me. Undertake such a recording to the village or the village. Okay. Okay, very good. Those are my notes. Thank you.
All right, so there's no additional comment for those changes. Ed, if you wouldn't mind, we'll bring that back to us for second reading with those updates.
I did have a friendly comment on the fencing. The comment about it being 8 feet, I don't know, or taller than 6 feet may not be practical. So that's probably the reason why 6 was picked.
Based on the size of the chain links
Right.
sold in.
It's that and the stability of it, and it's such a small configuration, but also it mentions free of tears and sagging. Industry standard on the cloth is to have windbreaks in it.
Yeah.
So just something we may want to soften that language, because in reality, that's how the industry does it. And they're not big porthole type cuts, but they're for wind.
Okay.
So in a storm, we don't have to go as far to find the porta potty.
I got it, Paul. So, okay, that makes sense. So for village work, because this was the other thing that we discussed, they have to be screened from view. This is all about screening from view. So for village work, when they're going to be like on a median or a right of way, as long as this satisfies us, that's what we decided before, that if they were completely covered properly, we'd be satisfied. Yeah. For village work, where they're going to be sitting on a right of way, not on public property.
I think that's right. That's my recollection of the discussion.
Yeah, that's mine too. I just want to make sure we're all clear on that, because I had a note about that. Okay.
One of the items I've seen in this type of ordinance in the past is that you have the entry to the porta potty in the best optimal position, which means away from the roadway or away from the neighbors, et cetera, pointing towards the construction. So that might be a friendly amendment to this language as well.
These amendments
The
that
door.
you're recommending you make?
Yes, to myself.
Okay, so we have a couple of edits that'll come back on second reading from our attorney and from our manager. Do we have any other discussion items other than those we've already covered, and that will come back to us for the second reading on this ordinance? No? Okay. All right, so guess we need to call for a vote on the first reading as amended for this ordinance.
To approve based on the amendments.
Motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, okay. All in favor? Sorry, roll call.
Aye.
Apologies.
Oh, sorry.
Mayor Groth,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez, Commissioner Amsler, Commissioner Kennedy.
Aye.
Commissioner Olivera.
Aye.
Mayor, ordinance number 2023-08, revision to construction code, passes first reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so we'll move on to section 11, which is our resolutions. And the first of which is 11A, resolution 2023-32. Ed, would you mind reading onto the record for us?
A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving a project agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates for vulnerability assessment and resilience strategy master plan in an amount not to exceed $133,500. Attached here to is Exhibit A, authorizing the mayor to execute said, authorizing the manager to do all things necessary. The resolution providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Ed. Do we have a motion, a second to approve?
Make a motion.
I'll
to
motion to approve.
Okay, we have a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, second. All right, great. Thank you. We'll move to commission discussion on this item.
And we also have the contractors here to give the presentation as requested.
Perfect. They mind stepping up and to the podium, please?
Yes.
Thank you all for having me. I am with Kimley Horn. My name is Alejandro Toral. I am a civil engineer, the project manager for the vulnerability assessment.
Do you mind just speaking? Sorry, I just want to make sure that people on
Sorry,
Zoom are
it's
able to
okay.
hear you.
Yeah, so thank you for approving the vulnerability assessment. This is a great project, not only for us, but also for the town or the village. We are very happy and would like to thank you all for approving it. This vulnerability assessment, it will help open up grant money for future projects. It will determine what critical assets are at risk within the village, and we look forward to moving forward with the project. Do you have any questions that you guys would like to vet about the vulnerability assessment that I may be able to answer?
Any commission questions?
I do, but I can't see who else might have, so I'll let everybody else go first on this one.
I'd like Commissioner,
Mac.
I think. Commissioner Kenny, go ahead.
Paul, what is the deadline to use the grant money that we got for this project?
The deadline for submitting the grants was June 1st. That's been done.
Right?
Yes. And we have a specific timeline off the top of my head. I don't know, but it's not a very short fuse. I believe it's within a year we must begin.
So we have this, we got the grant and you think we have a full year to do this?
To do the design part, yes.
Okay.
We've applied for the grant. Yeah.
We have a schedule of 10 months to complete.
Yes. 10 months. Thank you.
Right, in their contract, they have 10 months. I want to know about our money. But I thought we did get this grant.
No, this was applied for.
Then why are we contracting with someone if we don't have the money yet?
Oh, I thought we did.
We have the money. I'm very certain of it, Paul. We got this money. We got X amount. This contract is for more than the amount.
Right.
Yeah.
It was my misstatement. What we didn't have is this project has to be approved so that we can qualify for the approved $86,000. This is obviously a little higher than that.
Got it.
We met the requirements on June 1st. We were able
Got
to
it.
submit their requirements by June 1st. So we
Okay.
met that step. Each
Okay.
step of the grant, they can say you don't get it because you didn't do the work correctly. So
Right.
I miscommunicated that. I
Okay,
apologize.
very good. Okay, so that's what I thought. And then where is the balance of the money coming from?
That'll be either, I'm trying to say, I don't know exactly. I think this was a budgeted item. It will be a budgeted item, the balance.
For fiscal 24.
Correct,
It's not in fiscal 23 because we didn't know what the balance was.
correct.
Okay, so.
And we just got the numbers, the 133.5 was slightly higher. So that difference is fairly new information.
Understood. Okay, so we got the grant approved. I know we have to keep qualifying by getting the job done properly, but we need to contribute some of our own money. We have not budgeted that. That's something we'll start doing in a couple of weeks when we meet, and that's something you'll have on the budget at our budget workshop.
Correct.
Okay, let me just make a note on something here. Okay, so here is, I have a couple of questions about it very quickly, but I'm going to make a comment first because I'm very much in support of this and I wanted to move forward as quickly as possible because then we're going to use this to do other things in the future. But here's what, as I'm thinking about it and reading this thing, and I'm talking to the commission, we're in the process of hiring a new manager. And we're going to talk about that later tonight, and we may be hiring someone soon. Who knows? We haven't decided on a deadline. We've not put ourselves under any kind of artificial deadline. But our new manager will inherit this contract to manage, and they'll have a lot of responsibility in this. It becomes theirs. Then we're all out because this is the extent of our responsibility. Is we say, great, let's approve this thing, and then the manager takes over. Do you think that we should consider pressing pause on this altogether until we get the manager hired and let that person weigh in on this, because they'll inherit a contract that they didn't have eyes on? And I read the whole thing, I really did. But what do I know, And I asked people some questions and stuff, but I do have some questions for Alejandro here in a minute. But, and there's nothing major, Alejandro, so don't worry about that. But I'm just wondering if we might press pause on this to let our new manager be involved in the decision-making of this. I'd hate to give them a contract and have them say, I wish it hadn't been done this way. I wish it hadn't been done now.
Can I comment?
Yeah. go ahead, please.
Yeah, I would recommend against that. There's several reasons. One of them is we do have the timing. This has been reviewed multiple times by multiple highly qualified people. The second thing is you also have a second engineering firm for project management through CAP, and their expertise has reviewed this as well. So I feel pretty confident that the manager with my support and my experience of it, I believe you have more than enough people to support getting this done and getting it moving forward.
I
Well,
concur.
it's not the getting it done part, it's that I'm handing them a contract that they didn't have any involvement in.
Yeah.
It's just a concern. I'm not saying I'm like dead set against it and I'm saying I won't vote for this because I'm just saying that we have this person starting here hopefully soon. And I'd want their eyes on a contract.
Well, they're gonna inherit a lot of contracts that they haven't seen.
Yeah, I
or
know,
they
but
didn't have
those are
anything
already
to do with.
signed.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. But I'm for pushing this forward.
I think my only concern in waiting would be, let's say we get into August and we think we're gonna hire a manager, but we don't, and then we get into September, maybe we don't want to go that far. Don't get me wrong, don't want that. The deadlines are, certainly something that I'm looking at.
We
Matt,
can always
I
bring it back
understand-
and approve it.
No, I understand what you're saying. I understand, the concern. I wouldn't want to delay it in hopes that we have somebody new come in, only to say, a month, 2 months, 3 months from now, yeah, it's fine, go ahead, but now we have less time to approve it or to comply.
Okay.
That'd be my only comment on that.
Okay, let me just say my other things here then. If anyone wants to pick that up when they make their comments, you certainly can, but I'm just raising the topic. Okay, so who oversees this from the village? Paul, Alejandro,
We have obviously the manager's the responsible party for the
Right.
contract under the CAP agreement. They're expert. They have a project manager whose expertise would be to review the various milestones of
Mhm.
review pay apps. So you have two sets of eyes there.
Mhm.
That's how it would function.
okay, so it's much like the road construction work that's going on now, the drains, I should say, where the CAP engineer is coming in with and creating the final punch list and representing us, being our internal eyes and ears on this.
Yeah, exactly. They are your
it's the
public
same thing.
works
Okay,
engineering department.
Okay,
Correct.
that's what I was hoping to hear. Hey, Jonathan, I don't know if you've noticed, but one of my biggest fans in the village has entered the meeting there. So it's always kind of fun when that person shows up and tries to upend your meeting. Okay, 2.3.5, Alejandro, there's so much talk about construction in that section. The word construction is used all over. There's no construction going on here. Is that just a word you use to mean the work of the study?
No, yeah, there is no construction involved as part of this planning study. Really, what we do is we take log of the critical assets for the village, and we determine based on modeling what critical assets are at risk due to either existing inundation from storms, storm surge, or sea level rise in future conditions.
Okay, because the word construction is used in there a whole lot, and that was throwing me. And then I thought maybe that's just a word they use to mean their work. I don't know. So, but there is no construction going on.
No,
So I'm just
there's
curious
no
why that is in there so much.
No, it shouldn't be in there, not at least as part of our proposal or our scope of work through the FDP grant.
Well, look at 2.3.5 and you'll see what I'm talking about. And there's quite a number of them. So you may want to take a look at that. Okay. Another question for you, Alejandro. What is the possible impact to residents for this study? I mean, I have no idea how you go about physically getting this done. Do you have to enter anybody's private property? Do you impact their rights of way, their swales, their plants, anything regarding our residents that we should be aware of?
Not necessarily. There might be a case where we need to get elevation certificates of certain assets.
Okay.
That would be the only case where we would need to send surveyors out in the field to grab, shots around buildings to get the finished floor elevations up.
Do you go on their property to do that?
Typically not on private property, the village's property. Remember, this is only for the village's owned and maintained assets.
Right, but that would include the rights of way that are our owned but maintained by private residents. That's part of what the study would include, right?
Well, maintained by the village, I would assume. If it would need to be either owned or maintained by the village.
Right, yeah, so the rights of way in the front of the street side grounds in front of everyone's property. Okay, so you're saying there is no direct impact on the residents. That's, I just wanted to know that for the
Correct.
residents. Okay, and then my last thing is, there's a mention on here of a steering committee.
Correct.
So who selects the people that are on the steering committee? I was a little vague about who those people are. Are they staff? Are they elected officials? Are they residents? Are they people with certain areas of expertise? What is that?
It could be anyone that the village decides on. Typically, us, Kimberly Horn and the village will step together and discuss and decide who is appropriate for the steering committee. Typically, it would be either village members, public work department members, even admin assistants could be part of the steering committee. It doesn't need to be within the village itself. It could be also other agencies.
Oh,
In other instances, we've had South Florida Water Management District as
Oh,
part of
interesting.
the steering committee. So it could take many forms.
okay, so they don't have to be from the village itself. So we could have some of our other vendors on there. If we wanted, if we thought it was necessary to have our attorney, the attorney could be on there, someone from another utility. Okay. Okay, those are all the questions I had. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Commissioner. Do we have any other questions for Alejandro on this resolution item?
No, thank you.
Thank you
If I
everyone.
could ask quickly, mine will be a quick one, guys. Let me see if am I muted? No, okay.
No, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Ethan.
Great. So I kind of had something along the lines of Commissioner Kennedy with regard to this language about a contractor and construction work, and you, Alejandro, promising to show up. I'm looking at 2.7.4 to show up and observe the work of the contractor. So I just wanted to ask a little bit more deeply into that, since you made mention there is no construction to be done. Prior to that, when walking into the meeting, my question was surrounding something more time specific, because it does say here on a periodic basis. And I know that this is meant to be a 10-month long project. So I did want to ask a little bit more specifically about site visits and timeliness there.
Go ahead, Ed.
Commission, this is a form agreement that was part of their overall agreement when we selected them under the CCNA. And so there are certain provisions that may not specifically apply to the work that they're doing. Okay, like there is no construction in this, so that paragraph really doesn't apply. But between what is in there and the attachment, which shows the work, the schedule of work, and how they're going to get compensated, that's what we need to focus in on. Okay,
Thank you,
you're
Ed.
gonna see that.
Thank you very much. I see that. Mhm.
You're gonna see the same thing in the BEA agreement as well. Okay, there are certain provisions that just don't apply. But overall, we've got the scope, we've got the timeframes, and we've got how they're gonna get paid.
Thank you, Ed.
Got it. Thank you. That helps a lot. Thank you. I withdraw my question.
Thank you, Commissioner. So if we have no further discussion on this item, we can move to vote amongst the commission for all those in favor of this resolution. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes, okay. Resolution 11A passes. So let's move on to 11B, Resolution 2023-34. Ed, would you mind please reading onto the record for us?
A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving a letter agreement with R.E. Chisholm Architects, Inc. for traffic data collection in an amount not to exceed $11,500. Attached here to is Exhibit A, authorizing the mayor to execute said agreement, authorizing the manager to do all things necessary to effectuate the resolution, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Ed. Do we have a motion and a second to approve item 11B?
Motion to approve.
Commissioner Kennedy, motion, second? Second, Vice Mayor? Okay, do we have any discussion on 11B?
And likewise, Mr. Mayor, this was requested that the consultants be here and answer any questions, and they are here today.
Perfect. Would you mind stepping up to the podium and introducing yourself for us, please? Got the whole team.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Matt Polak. I'm president of architecture for Chisholm Architects. I'm here with Chris Rogers from Keith Engineering. I'm also here with Thua Nguyen, who's our traffic consultant on this. It's a pretty straightforward first task here. There was a report done in 2008. There were some parking counts that were done at that time. The purpose of this first phase of the work is to redo those counts again, and then review those counts against the former report. I'll let Thua speak to that a little bit more right now. It's okay.
Great, thank you. Just get close to the mic if you can. It's,
Sure.
thank you, perfect.
Can you
Thank
hear me okay? Okay.
Yes.
It's dangerous when I have a microphone because I only do this for karaoke. So my name is Thua Nguyen. I'm with Via Planning and I am a traffic consultant. So what we are planning to do for the very first phase is to collect data because I know that the village have grown quite a bit and the characteristic has changed a little bit. So what we wanted to do, the first thing is to examine the count once they come in, and hopefully they'll be in 3 to 3 weeks or so from the time that we order them. Once we get a chance to examine the count and compare them with the previous condition, the previous count that was done 14-ish years ago, we would then figure out whether or not the recommendation that were previously made are still valid. And before we even put together kind of the scope for the next phase, we'd like to meet with you guys to understand the concern that the council has, and that would really help us guide the next step moving forward.
Great, thank you very
Can I
much.
just ask a quick question? Well, first, a comment. We haven't really grown. It's everybody around us that's grown. So
Yes.
we haven't really
Excellent.
changed.
Yep.
It's everything around. But we have, I think a question came up in a previous meeting about the selection of the locations where you're actually going to be taking the data. Is this based on the former report so that you can actually compare one to the
Yes,
other? Is
yes.
that where that how you, okay. That's
The exact location, yeah.
okay.
Sorry, people on.
Yes, it's exact locations and it just helps us to validate the original report.
So, and just correct me if I'm wrong, the point being is after the new collection and comparison happens, you all will come back to us and discuss the findings. That's the idea.
No, we would come back to you to discuss what you're most concerned about because we don't know the 200-page report from 14 years ago. So we'd get with you and figure out what's most important to you, look at the numbers, see if what's valid, and then give you a proposal for basically a report that makes suggestions for how to actually fix your issues.
So are the recommendations guided by the concerns that we have, or is it within your team to suggest based on the findings of this comparisons, what should be approached? Okay.
Both, I mean, for starters, we would look at the counts to see if the report's even valid. And at the same point, we want to make sure that what you guys are most concerned with is how we address it, because there's lots of different ways you can do the traffic calming, and there's multiple options for you.
Got it.
Great, thank you. All right. Is there any other questions for the group from Commissioner Kennedy or Oliveira?
Yeah, I do. I'll let Veronica go first.
Me? This photo? Okay. So I have a couple questions in terms of timing. So you mentioned about 2 to 3 weeks. What is to be expected? How do we see you guys working around there? What would the people see? How does all this data collection happen?
So we have a traffic count firm that would go out and typically they would have layout a tube on the roadway. And what we ask for is both count and speed. So you might see one tube across the roadway, you might see 2, because when they're 2, then that's how they calculate the speed. And then occasionally they also use almost in pavement, not exactly in pavement, but just, a box that measure the speed of a vehicle going through. And sometimes it's literally a radar that's on the side of the street. You might or might not see them. And what we hope to be able to do is to have them do all the location in the entire village on the same week. And typically we do them Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, which is what we consider a typical working weekday. And hopefully there won't be any incidences. There's any a car might just lift up one of those two, and they may have to come out and recount again. But hopefully we'll get that done in about 2 to 3 weeks.
And when is this expected to happen, date-wise?
I know that with the original proposal we did, basically we're trying to do the exact same day, same count, same times. But we can set it up within, I don't know, a couple weeks of being turned on.
Okay.
So-
No, I was wondering because we're in the midst of still like holidays, a lot of people are still traveling. I don't know. I don't recall the first study, what date it was done, but I think that should be in consideration as well.
There's no individual, it's all automatic systems, so there's no people out there counting.
Right, but I'm guessing
so-
the traffic would be different, right?
So what we typically try to do, so I wanted to address 2 separate things.
Yeah.
So first of all, if there's a holidays,
Yes.
they know to avoid it, right? So let's say there's Thanksgiving week is out, obviously.
Yeah.
So, and you can imagine that sometime in the summer is slightly different than the winter for us. So there is a factor that we typically use to adjust for that variation throughout the year. And so you can practically count, put out the count at any time, really, as long as it's a normal day, we consider a normal day. And then from there, we can make any adjustment that we need to make sure that it's comparable with the previous count.
Specifically, how about school or no school?
That's
there
the big
is-
issue.
There is definitely a consideration.
So
for-
September,
Yeah, so if that's what you would like to do, we
Yeah.
can definitely wait. I don't know how urgent you would like to get the work going.
Yeah.
So that's
think
something
they
that we
might
could do.
Sorry,
Yeah.
there's a very large school right here, which is a lot of the traffic that's cutting through and a lot of traffic right here on this road. So I think they even start in August. So it might even be able to be before September.
Oh, August, at the end of August, right?
Oh,
School starts
It's
at,
gotta be, it's close to that.
yeah, no, so I agree. The whole point of the question was just to
Yeah,
make
whenever you
sure
wanna
that,
issue
yeah.
the NTP, I think what we were saying is if we have a few weeks' notice,
Yeah,
we
okay.
can get prepped up and then, the plan for whatever particular.
so the
dates he wants
preference,
to
would
do.
it be before school season or during normal
It
school
should be
season?
during,
Right.
yeah, because that's what I'm saying.
I
Right
would-
now that I think that the patterns are very different. That's what I was going to.
I don't know the 2008 report. I don't know when those counts were taken. so
Again,
that would be
yeah, me
something we
neither.
could Take a look at as well.
I have another question in terms of the format. So the prior format was an extensive document to go through. Are you guys planning to do something more visual because this is a comparison as well? And I haven't read the whole report from 2016. I don't know that anybody has, to be honest with you. I started it and then it's extensive and it's very intimidating when again, I don't know exactly what I'm reading, so I'm trying to go through as I learn and I understand. And so I think it would be very helpful to have some sort of a visual presentation, maybe literally a presentation of comparison of the two. So it's more to digest ourselves, but as well to be able to share with the
Well, I
community.
think where we are in this first phase is to get the new counts. And
Yeah.
and with that, really, this first effort, which is a pretty modest
Yeah,
effort, is to look at those counts and see where they fall in with the old counts.
got
And
it.
then from there, we can identify what areas require more study, what areas maybe don't require more study. And then that would be probably the next phase of our scope of work. But certainly, we would be able to, at that next phase, be able to do
Something
that.
more
Give you something
visual
to read at
friendly.
night that might keep you up a little bit longer.
Yes.
We would look to coordinate with you guys.
Yes, got
and
it.
We can definitely include an executive summary that document was missing. In the front.
Perfect. And the other was regarding the cost. So this is, it's 11,500, that's correct?
$10,500, $1,000 of expenses.
That was all budgeted for us. We're
Well,
not spending one. penny.
We've had this for more than 1 year
Okay.
waiting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any, Commissioner Kennedy, you had a question?
Do you want to let Veronica go? Or Art?
Oh, sorry. Did you? No? Okay. Commissioner Olivera, did you have anything?
She has her hand up. She needs to be unmuted.
Thanks, Mac. I'm not able to turn on my video.
Yeah.
There's some admin things going on, guys, so I apologize for the delay in my response. I keep getting I have to we're dealing with, I guess. No, I actually I don't have any questions. I wondered about the locations, and you mentioned that that's based on the previous report. I did notice that the curve of Griffing here, where 107th meets Griffing, is not included because your 107th location there begins at 9th Avenue and goes east to the railroad tracks. So this Griffing curve, which is, kind of like that drop-off zone that happens for the walking path to Miami Country Day, I did notice that that's not included in this traffic study as a location.
Is that a newer road possibly or built since then?
N-
Yeah, we
n-
don't know why that wasn't included in
no.
the original, but we can add a location. It's not a.
I was gonna ask about that. Too.
It's
I'm sorry, Veronica.
relevant.
Yes. Sorry. Sorry to interrupt.
No.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. It's I think it is a really relevant location. But yeah, so I just, that was really my only comment.
It's relevant, but they have nothing to compare it to. That would be the only
Right.
issue. They don't, they'd have, no data from before. So how do you, we don't know if it's changed at all, right? So that's the only issue with.
So you'd also set in precedent for the next one, right? My follow-up question to that, to Veronica's, was gonna be that exactly. I don't know if there's at some point a matches or it's an opportunity to match with any police reports in terms of what areas they recognize or what corners are specifically of concerns that we should add as precedent for the following study. I mean, this is an opportunity to do so. So if things have changed since 2014 or 2016,
Yeah.
there was, I don't know if that's a chance to.
We're here to just do the counts, but
Yeah.
after we get the counts, we'd like to sit down with you guys and go through, if there's any way to overlap data from them, that's very helpful.
It's a definite high activity location for our police department, the specific curve of Griffing that I'm speaking of.
So we were,
It wasn't, just to be clear, it wasn't in the former report, so it wasn't one of the addresses we were given, but it's certainly something that we could add. if we
Yeah.
needed
No,
to.
I was
You guys
wondering
wanna
that
do
flexibility within
Sure.
the cost as well. Is it, what does it mean if we were to include other corners that came up as a concern from, police as an example, or a specific this corner of the school? Would that change drastically the costs that you have currently?
I don't, well, it's not like you have to take one out to add one
That's what I'm
in, but
saying.
I would just say that now would be the time, if there were any that you wanted to do, now would be the time to
To do that.
do them. Or
Okay.
when we come back after we do the counts and
Yeah,
I identify some that really
Okay.
maybe don't need to move any forward, and then maybe that could be another
Yeah.
time to go back and study some other areas that aren't really pertinent from, maybe was an issue 2008, maybe not such a big issue now, or vice
Right.
versa.
yeah,
would be the way to look
if
at that.
anything, we would have to get our police input
Involved, yes.
as far as, because obviously they're the ones out there, they recognize what is busy and what is dangerous and whatever, as opposed to, and I don't know where the former report, why they chose those streets either, right? I mean, I have no idea why they did it, but, so, but obviously I understand the importance of comparing the two.
Yes.
Huge value there.
The original wasn't, based on a comparison. It was, so we're really just looking to validate what's in the report that's good and usable
Sure.
and valid.
Yeah.
So any other concerns you may have, now is definitely time to get it. That's the first corner we went to, was that spot, and looked at that, and makes perfect sense to add that. So if you can think of any others, since we're not gonna be doing it for till August, if there's any others,
Yeah, what I would suggest, Paul, is perhaps getting the chief to discuss with them as far as, going through the.
Few known spots that
Yeah,
that are
and
obvious.
maybe there's
Adam,
some, maybe,
as supplement.
yeah, just.
Yeah, I would recommend or request approval tonight with some discretion in the budget amount. Maybe 5% or 10% for the manager's discretion to do exactly that. That would be the easiest way.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it sounds reasonable.
We have other, any other commission questions?
Yeah, I have been waiting to let everyone else kind of go first.
Go ahead.
Apologize for all the sniffing. This dry air out here is killing me. Okay, so I have a couple of things. You guys hit on a bunch of stuff, so thank you for that. Here are my comments about the location. So I understand from reading this, and I read the initial report. And by the way, for those of you who commissioners who want to know kind of some of the genesis for the original report, you might want to talk to Bob Anderson. He was a commissioner then, and he was involved in it, and he was a good source of information for me. He's the one who gave me a copy of he's the one who unearthed the copy of the report, because the village didn't have one. So I understand. I'm sorry, I just drew a blank on who we're talking to here. What
Chisholm.
vendor are we talking to?
Chisholm Architects.
What's your first name?
Matt Pollock
Ellie.
and Chisholm Architects.
Oh, Matt. Hi, Matt. This is Matt Kennedy, one of the commissioners who's not in the room tonight. So Matt, here's my understanding. We did this traffic study a number of years ago, 14 years ago, whatever it was. And now you're taking the same locations and you're going to see how it changed. But back when we used that, back when they did that initial report, if there was something in there that was really, quite serious looking, they would have used that to try to enact some change in traffic control measures or whatever. But I do understand that you want to compare apples to apples here and see how much worse it's got in those exact locations. But here's what I'm not understanding. Wouldn't there also be value, even not just for comparing later in the future, but wouldn't there be value right now in measuring some of these other places that we know are bad? And I can tell you they're the northern entrance points to the village. Wouldn't there be value in getting that information now anyway, that we might be able to use it even without having the ability to compare it to prior numbers?
Of course. I don't
Okay,
think
good.
We realized that there were critical intersections missed from the 24 locations.
Okay.
So when
Okay.
we were out there today, though, that's first location mentioned is definitely the one of my.
Gotcha. Okay, so that was my big thing here I wanted to talk about was these locations to compare change. Absolutely. But I think we do need to come up with another list of places to add to it. And he's saying now's the time to do it, and it wouldn't necessarily impact the cost, but that's something Paul will work out with Matt. But engaging the police in this is great. But I think the northern, all the entry points at 121st, we have some of them on there now, right? You have 9th and 10th Avenue up there at the entrance, but 7th, 8th, 11th, both 11ths, there are two different 11ths. That's our poorest northern border where people fly down, especially during the school year. So I very much support getting those other places on there as well. And Veronica would be the expert on the Griffin curve. So if she says that's an issue, then add that one as well. So please, let's make that happen if we can, please, because I think we need to get as much information as we possibly can. Matt, I have a couple of technical questions here. When you look at this data, when you see traffic coming down, entering at 121st at 7th Avenue, let's say, which is on the list, and you're looking at cars, first of all, I should ask, are you measuring cars in both directions at every point? So if you put,
So to answer your first question, when we collect what we call volume and classification count is in both direction. And yes,
Okay.
they're separating out by direction and by
Okay.
the type of vehicle.
okay,
And so I want to make sure that it's not a point. It's when you look at a point, then we count what we consider to be turning movement count, and that's not what you're interested in. you're interested in a linked in a way. So the one location and how many folks go north or south
Right.
or east or
Yep.
west at that location. And we looked at both, how many folks going through that and what type of vehicle they are driving, going through that. That's the first question that you have. And the second question I think that you have is, and I want to be very clear, is it's not a point. So the intersection, I do believe that is a little bit more complicated. It's not just, it might be more of an observation type data collection that we have to do. Because if I see 200 cars going through there or 20 cars going through there or 800, okay. But how are they behaving? How are the signal at that particular location is timed so that is preventing a potential rear-end crashes, for example. So things like that, we really do have to do an observation instead of a traffic count.
Okay.
So it's a little bit different. I want to make
So
sure.
you will have people out there, because you just said something that I didn't know was part of it, vehicle type. So you're saying that there will be people physically out there also collecting data themselves in addition to what's down on the street?
No, that is not what I'm saying. And I apologize if I was not being clear. The tube count that we said, like a black tube running across,
Yeah.
because of the type of axle that would go through a vehicle. So a typical, and I'll just say that when there's a typical vehicle go through, it will go tick, tick, right? A truck will go tick, tick, tick. And a bus will go tick, tick because of the length.
The number of
the width
axle.
of the axle, correct? And
Got
how often the axle is hitting that
Okay.
that tube. Yes. So there would
Okay.
not be a person. I want to be really clear because that would be kind of expensive.
Yeah, I was surprised. Okay, that's what I didn't understand. Okay,
So
so,
what I'm saying though, I wanted to be really clear for something that you're interested in, an interesting and complicated intersection, it would require someone on my staff or myself,
Mhm.
be a traffic engineer, a professional engineer to go out there and really look at all the component at that intersection, both physically and signal timing, just to understand the operation and
okay,
identify any improvement if needed.
okay. Okay, your name is Sue, correct?
Just to sort of be clear about that, though, I think that would be something that, once we had the counts, we could establish whether that's something that would be necessary as part of the next phase of the study. Because really, this first phase is really just to get the counts, verify and validate those counts against a prior report, and at the same time, gather some more information, get with you all and with staff, police department, identify whether those locations that we selected are all valid and we should move forward and discuss some options for that. Maybe discard some of those, maybe add some of the new ones in, and kind of start developing a plan moving forward on how we're going to address your traffic concerns specific to the locations that we ultimately decide we want to study.
Okay, so there's no way that you're seeing the traffic come in the northern end, for example, and you're seeing people exiting onto 6th Avenue or down at 113th, our main entrance. There's no way that you can extrapolate the movement of those cars that they're entering and now you're seeing them leave. That's not done here at all, correct?
I guess the question is, what exactly are you interested in? Are you
Well,
interested
here
in-
okay, let me back up then. Remember, our village is a little closed in triangle, right? So, and the only people who come there for any purpose are people who live there, because we have no commercial businesses, we have no schools. We have, you come here to either visit someone who lives in Biscayne Park unless you live here, or you're cutting their grass, or you're cutting through, and it's the cut through that is really causing our problem. I mean, everybody speeds, residents are guilty of that as well, certainly.
Right.
But the fact that we've become a cut through community, I'm wondering if you can extrapolate from your data that the vehicles are entering up here and they're leaving down here based on the time that went by or something. That's not possible, right?
Not, it's not possible for the type of data
From
collection
this
that
study,
we
okay.
for,
Got
for this particular data collection effort. However,
Okay.
it can be done, and it's something that we have done before. What we call is an OD survey or origin destination survey. And really the most expensive way to do that is having somebody note down license plate and matching
Right.
them. The
Oh.
3 minutes ago, I know somebody come in and, you know, 3 minutes
Got
after, I see the same car leaving, right?
Got it.
So another
Okay.
way is what we call a Bluetooth reader, because
Mhm.
in your car, on my wrist right now, you know, anywhere, we always have a Bluetooth enabled device. So what it does is that it's capture that device up there and then capture that device out elsewhere. And
Understood.
again, if you are coming and visit your friend for an hour and a half and you leave, that's different. But if
Mhm.
you've gone through for in 35 seconds, we know that's you
Right.
cutting through. So yeah,
Right.
that can be done. It's just not,
Okay.
it's not done with this data collection today.
Understood. Okay. And nothing regarding, there will be no data at all regarding stop signs being observed or not. You can't extrapolate any of that either, correct?
That is correct. We would not be able
Okay.
to do so.
Okay. Okay, so I believe it was Vera who brought up the timing of this. Yes, please. We need to make sure that school's in session and that it's on days that everyone's going to school, and make sure that there's a storm coming or something, you know, and we need to make sure that we get the biggest bang out of this that we possibly can, because we know we have a problem, but we need to make sure that we're timing the whole thing properly. Your contract includes 2 meetings. Tonight's not one of them, correct? Because we're not contracted with you yet.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, I mind the details.
Squeezed a lot out of us, though.
Yeah. Okay. I can't see who's there. So, okay. So here's where I'll leave it then. I wholeheartedly support this. This is something I've been trying to get us to do for quite a long time. It was a big fight to get to this point, so I'm glad we're doing it. And thank you, Commission, if we approve this thing. I would be much more comfortable with this if we took a much harder look at the locations that they're going to study, rather than simply picking up the list that we studied last time because we want to do apples to apples, at the risk of not having other places looked at thoroughly enough. So I would like to see, I think there should be a conversation between Paul and the police and the vendor, and I'd like to see that list come back to us so we can see what it is they're actually going to do. I have a
Mac?
feeling.
Just sorry to interrupt you. I think we covered that already. I don't know if you've heard it, but it was suggested that Paul would discuss this with the chief and include his opinion also, and maybe consider some suggestions in terms of locations.
I heard that part, but it was the part that I was adding about, I would like to see the list again. I think we should see the list and understand why they picked these places, because this is our one shot to do this. We can't afford to do this again. We got to make sure we get this right, guys. So we have the data that we need. Without data, we go nowhere further with this of value. So I think that conversation should happen, but I'd like to have it come back to us so we can see what it is that they've all decided on and why, just to make sure we're all confident in all of that. I think our
But-
eyes should be on this.
Let me ask you, so are you saying that we would have a different suggestion of different streets to include besides the one the chief of police has and the ones that study?
We
already
may,
includes?
yeah, we may. And I hear from residents all the time about certain streets. I also think that the center of the village is not included on this at all. It's all the edges. And I'm a big walker, and I see a lot of the speeding with my own eyes, especially early in the morning, rush hour for school. And a lot of it is not at the entry points. It's in the center of the village where they're picking up speed and flying through. So when they're coming down 7th Avenue, or 9th Avenue is a really good example. When they enter at 9th Avenue, they're picking up speed by the time they get down into the interior of the village. So I think there needs to be a more serious conversation about that. But ultimately, this is our responsibility. I want to make sure we get this right, because we cannot do it again. We
Yeah.
could, but we can't
So-
afford to do it again. So I don't think it hurts to have them have this conversation, come back in the next meeting, put it on the agenda, and have us just hear someone present, okay, we changed the list. These are the locations we added, we took off. I just want to know what's going on, because I don't want us to be looking at this in 6 months and go, oh, wow, we kind of blew it there. We didn't do that right.
So I have a question for you folks. In that vein, one, how would that expand the scope of your work, both time-wise and monetary-wise? And two, if that were to happen, if we were to ask you to do that, how quickly would you be able to turn that around realistically?
Well, I think what we would need to look at is how many, if we're adding more areas, then obviously there's more data to study. If we're just changing the areas of where we are going to study, that probably could be a wash at the end. I don't want to speak for them, I think where we begin to run into, not necessarily at this phase, but in the next phase is that data that we would have for new locations, would necessitate more of a report. I think what we were trying to accomplish here was that you had a report. That report made some assumptions.
Yeah.
We're kind of validating or not validating that report at this point, and then trying to extract whatever information we can get out of that. So if you change all the locations, that you're probably moving into a new report. I think
Correct.
is where you're going to end up, but that's fine too. But
Yes.
that's kind of where you're going. You may end up using some of the information from the old report, but maybe not as much as was maybe anticipated when we prepared the initial proposal.
Got
That's
it.
exactly what I'm saying. I think that I suspect we'll probably, this is a guess, that we would keep the locations that are on there because we wouldn't want to lose the ability to compare in those locations, which I can tell you by looking at the list, they're problem locations. That's why they were put on there in the first place 14 years ago. But I think we're going to be adding, and if it's going to change the scope of their work and they're going to give us a new price, I think we need to do that now because we need to make sure we get what we need. We don't need to go through all
let
of
me, let me ask something, Max,
Yeah.
because I think we're talking about the same thing, but we need to move on in terms of the next steps. I think it's how do we make this happen? So we have a list of locations that are going to match with the previous studies. That's to be done, and that was budgeted for. We can
Yeah.
move on today, approve this, it's happening. If we were to add 7 location more, let's say that, we could have the same conversation again. You guys would quote it. It would separately have another date, maybe even so we can have additional dates, even weekends, and we can explore that within the next budget, or if we currently have it in the budget for this year. But I think the reason I'm saying, I think we have all we need to move forward with the comparison, but it doesn't completely take away the fact that we can have a separate additional 5, 6, whatever it might be, get a quote on that and decide if we do it together or move, this first and then a second phase with the additional ones.
Well, in that case, why wouldn't we just sort of just press pause for a month, let the folks have their conversations, come back to us, show us a list, and at that point, they could, with the list, they could tell us this is what if the price is going to change, here's what it would be. Why not just get it done right once? I don't want to approve another study. I'm assuming there might be some, economy of scale here because it's all being done at one time. Certainly.
No, but
on the
that's-
We
example.
that's-
haven't priced the
fine.
study yet. We've only priced the counts.
Yes.
So we know we're
Yeah.
gonna get those locations. So I completely
Right.
agree. We were trying to get the most out of your previous report. It seemed like it
course.
might have been expensive. So thick.
Correct.
I
And we
can't
wanna
hear
know
Matt.
We want to be able to, because if we
Correct.
Yeah.
validate those numbers, you'll then have options that have already,
Yes.
solutions for those options. But, so I think validating all those existing points is smart. And then any other point that you want to add, that would be more of a true study versus, review of the old study.
Just a quick question. So the initial intent of all of this was to compare, so that we can compare what if we have an increasing problem or if we're still, whatever happened in 2016, whatever. But here's my question. We keep talking about the next phase, right? And I'm sure you're not going to be able to give me a cost, okay? But I want to have a kind of an idea of what the next phase of this study, once you extrapolate all the information, could potentially cost the village. As far as putting a report together where you got all the data, now you're going to come back to us with a report. Obviously, I know that this is not part of all of this. This is just a base car count. This is all it is, guys. That's all we're getting. But I want to know what the potential cost could be to the village for phase 2 of this project.
Art, I can answer that partially, but Mario already gave that to us. When he brought this item to us.
Yeah, but I'm asking them, I'm not asking Mario. I want to hear from
None of
them.
them, but okay.
What they,
That would be very difficult me for, I don't.
I
when give you a
understand
price
that.
Now, it'd be very difficult to do that because
more or less.
we don't know what that study is going to entail. And
So
I would have to get with the team and go over that and kind of scope out that work because it ultimately comes down to the scope and what deliverable will be. And I don't think you want a 200-page report and
No, but the idea, the idea kind of would be the same. You guys come back to us with recommendations on potential, traffic calming, ideas. and all of that good stuff, right? So I'm sure you've done this before in other cities.
If we were just gonna look at the original report, get those, and, we would make recommendations, we were trying to keep this as simple and.
Yeah,
make-
phase
make-
one,
We didn't want to
right.
sit there and look at an old report and say, let's just throw it away and start over.
Mhm.
So if we were just looking at those, it would be relatively, cheap. But, if you're gonna be like just adding multiple intersections, and if the counts come back different than the original report,
Mhm.
then it becomes more work as well. So we really need the counts to properly scope. That's why we haven't tried to scope it yet. That's why if we get the counts, now we have other locations, yes, we can keep those separate or together, but it's really hard to scope something without the information.
But when you guys do this in other places, right? The first phase is gather the data, right? Which is what you guys are gonna do now for us. You gather the data. Then once that is done, then there's another phase, right? Which is I'm gonna put all of this data into a report and, with suggestions and whatnot. And so you guys are telling me tonight that you have no idea what that essentially costs. But just,
Only because that's on the intersections that you don't know how many you want. And we could probably put something together on the, just validating the existing report.
Okay.
yes, But on, intersections we haven't looked at and we have no information on, yes, we cannot price that.
Okay.
We don't have-
Yeah, it would be.
so if you were just to do the report that we already have then, and you were just to validate that and you're still telling me that it's not gonna cost the village a lot of money for that?
If the counts were the same on all the intersections, it was valid, like it still made sense to do, for whatever reason, none of the improvements were done, but
Mhm.
if it made sense that what they were saying in 2008, then yes, then ours would be cheaper. It wouldn't be that expensive. If we're.
I
trying to-
can't hear him, Jonathan.
Yeah, get closer, yeah.
So
Probably
if,
just take it out.
if you were just
want.
trying to
Yeah.
validate the original report, and let's say we get the counts and the counts are similar to what it was.
Yeah.
It would not be that expensive because
Got it.
we would say, okay, well, they had 3 or 4 good, and we give you our professional opinion on what their recommendations are worth following.
Okay.
But tonight we're talking about adding new intersections are different. We're trying to keep it as cheap as possible and get the most out of the old report. But it's just really hard to price without more information.
Yeah, I understand.
Look, I think we need what we need, not just based on the old report. That's why I wanted us to have this conversation tonight, because I saw that it was this very clear apples to apples thing. And I don't think that's going to necessarily, I know it's not going to provide us really what we need to take the next step. So that's why I'm pressing for us to look at that list of locations, consider that list. Do they all stay? Sure. And possibly add to it and find out if that's going to cost us more. He's saying it probably will, but we don't know yet. I'd rather just get it all done at one time, based on when we find out how much it's going to cost. It's only an $11,000 project for X number of locations, so I don't think it's going to go up to $100,000. So that's why I'd like to be able to look at that so we can move forward the whole thing properly, rather than, well, we got this one piece because we based it on this other one we had, and now we have to go get more. I'd just rather get it done one time properly.
Do we know why these locations were chosen on the first place? What was the criteria for us to say that a corner is busy and we want to put something? People that tell us?
I can answer that, because no one in the village, Vero, knew about this. I mean, people knew that a study had been done, that the village had paid for it and not done anything with it, really. A little bit, but the village didn't even have a copy of the report. Former Commissioner Bob Anderson found a copy in his garage and gave to me, and I gave it to Mario. So they did it because there were specific streets that they were having speeding problems on. Remember, this is 14 years ago. It was a very different world back then. But there were specific places they had problems, and that's why they chose those.
But
places.
whose day? Was it
The
the
commission
police?
at the time? No, I think it was the commission and whoever the manager was. It was 14 years ago. Maybe the
Okay.
police.
So it was just randomly selected by the commission and the impression that some corners were of trouble, but we don't know if it was in any way passed through the police department for validation or anything. And I think that's what we're just missing here. It is, we have already comparisons of apples. We're going to take advantage of the study we did in 2016. And then we're going to ask what additional points of interest we want to consider and if that has a cost. And when can we do this? And when can we approve this?
Can I ask you guys a procedural question? We've already talked about running against the report that we have, which we think is important. We've also talked about having our manager speak with the chief of police and getting a discretionary 5 to 10% on this amount to add whatever the chief would recommend. But let's say hypothetically speaking, we just approve that now. Does it leave the door open for you to come back to us next month, at next month's regular commission meeting to say, this is what we have. Okay, now we want to expand the scope.
That's exactly what I'm asking.
So, but with the understanding that we're approving the start of this, so you guys, well, we don't want to get started until we have school in place anyway. So,
Exactly. We don't need to rush into this tonight. That's what I'm saying. Why don't we just get that list, have them come back and say, here's what the cost would be for the whole thing and move forward. It's not happening today anyway.
from your perspective, you're the ones conducting this. From your perspective, does that make sense to the way that you would run this study?
Well, I think what we're kind of talking about is obviously we know we want to validate and we want to expand the scope. I think what we need to talk about, or, we can have this discussion, with the city, with the village manager, is the scope, the actual final scope of work. Do you want to report for those other intersections as part of as part of that study? Or do you just want us to do the counts, see what you're up against? Because right now we're only talking about doing counts and adding some more and getting some more locations to get some more counts, but we're not talking about an actual study. And I think the only delta or change here is that on the old report, we don't know what's gonna stay the same and what's gonna change. So we don't know how much of that old report we'll be able to use and how much of the old report we won't.
The
And that's
counts
really the only, that's why I think the step of just doing the counts and doing
Counts
that.
might
So,
comment on that, correct?
right, so it may be really, it could be instead of a two-phase deal, it might be a two-project deal where, hey, there's one project that just talks about that old report and what's valid, and it's just short and sweet. And the other one is a more comprehensive report that deals with some newer locations that you guys have vetted, internally, that we can then take a look at, and then bring them both together at some point and
Okay.
present that to you all.
So might I recommend, I don't want us to run before we walk here. The counts sound like the important first step. So I don't want us to start talking about data collection and traffic studies before we get the counts. And I think both the old intersections, the old identified ones and the new ones that we're talking about identifying through both the chief of police and through commission consideration are probably important for count two. So if we're not talking about doing this until at least the end of August, I think it makes sense for us to get the input from the chief of police through the manager, and then maybe ask you all to consider those and let us know if that would increase the scope significantly, such that we would need to vote to increase the budget.
Once we got the data, we would be able to explain different options for you in different
Yeah.
scopes. Prices, right? That's what I was saying before. Without knowing what the data is the hardest part.
Yeah.
So we would want to sit with you after getting the data and go through and work out exactly what you need and get you guys what you want.
Okay, and with the understanding, of course, that we don't want to get this data until at least the end of August when we know school's in session anyway.
Right.
So maybe that's the best thing to do. Maybe have,
So by the next commission meeting, we'll have an updated list for approval?
that's what my understanding on what we would do.
And have them come back.
Correct, before August, I think August 1st is our next regular commission meeting, if I remember.
Is it
correctly.
August
feasible?
8th.
August 8th.
Gotta get, so is it feasible? Because we gotta get the chief of police to recommend, plus what we think it needs to be included. Pass it along to them for them to evaluate a quote and come back to us for the first meeting.
Let me ask Matt a question. Matt, what date would you need a list of additional locations emailed to you so you could put together a new estimate for us to be on our August 8th agenda, assuming that the village clerk would need that by the 76543. By August 3rd, the clerk would need it to put on our agenda. When do you need that list?
Well, I'm trying to back into it. I don't know when I would need to get that revised proposal to you to be able to review.
August 3rd, that's what I'm saying. So
Well,
if we
yeah, it's
needed,
August 3rd, but.
Yeah.
Um,
if we needed a revised estimate from you no later than August 3rd,
we would
what day
probably-
would you need the list by?
We would probably need that list within the next 2 weeks so that
Oh.
I could get with my
Easy.
team on that and we could.
That's easy.
we Could put this.
Is that
together.
feasible, Paul? Very, okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that's the plan then, is to have Paul get together with the chief of police and provide you with some updated information within the next 2 weeks so you can revise it and bring it back to us before the August meeting.
Just so for the next meeting, we're still going to be dealing with just the traffic count portion of this, or will there be any
Yes.
change to the
Yeah.
scope? Okay.
Yeah.
No, there would be no change in scope just yet. We, again, cart before the horse, right? Okay. So is that the understanding with everyone, commission? Yes?
So we're not going to vote on this tonight. We're going to table it until August and look, we won't have to have this major conversation, but we'll have a new price in front of us possibly, depending on what that list looks like from Paul.
With the new scope, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Not a new scope, just an additional set of data collection points.
Right. Well, yes, correct. Okay. Thank you all very much for being here and entertaining our questions. We appreciate it.
That was an excellent informative meeting. Thank you very much. I learned a lot there.
Okay, so we need a motion to table 11B. Do we have a motion in a second? Vice Mayor, second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Amzer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes. Okay, moving on to 11C, Resolution 2023-37. Ed, would you mind reading onto the record for us?
A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving a project agreement with BEA Architects, Inc. for Phase 1B and Phase 2 of the Drainage Improvements Project in an amount not to exceed $477,331.82. Attached here to is Exhibit A, authorizing the mayor to execute said agreement, authorizing the manager to do all things necessary to effectuate the resolution, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Ed. Do we have a motion, a second to approve 11C?
Motion to approve.
Vice Mayor, a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Amzer. Okay, let's move to discussion on 11C.
The contractor is also available via Zoom,
Oh,
Right.
great.
engineering contractor.
Evening.
Gustavo.
Stop.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you all could hear me well.
Yes, great. Thank you, Gustavo. Good evening.
Thank you for having me. On the call here, I also have Gustavo Eckert. He is with PDS, Premier Design Solutions. They are our civil engineer. First and foremost, thank you for having us. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to join you guys here. Thank you for selecting us to be part of this drainage improvement project with the village. This project, we put this proposal together in conjunction with Premier Design Solutions, with our landscape team, Miller Legg, and also our geotechnical engineers, Universal Engineering, so that we could address the civil, the drainage, the water shedding, the landscape protection, and proper geotechnical soil studies that are going to be part of this project. We are here to answer any questions that you could have or clear up any misunderstandings or expand on any topics.
Great. Thank you, Gustavo. Okay, do we have any questions on 11C from the commission at this time?
Well,
do.
the only question I have is just more for Paul. Break down a little bit the financing part of all of this for us.
This project is timed and coordinated with your CARES Act fund. So it's fully funded for the most part, because we're working on an estimate of the actual construction dollars, but the design and this part is fully funded and it's time sensitive.
So these exclusions that are in the agreement or who would assume those costs? Would be costs to us, to the village?
Which exclusions are you talking about?
Reimbursable expenses.
Yeah. Where it says exclusions.
Okay.
Permit fees, permit submittal, expending a permit,
Yep.
phasing plans.
Those are very typical. Yeah, they're not a problem.
I don't know.
I mean, it's part of the project, but you wouldn't put those on your design team.
I think, Paul, I asked you this question before in a one-on-one, but I was wondering if there is a way of comparison. I know we just finished phase one. We're moving into next phase. We're doing a different vendor, separating powers, right? Planning and implementation and all of that. I'm just wondering about the learnings. How do we apply our learning, that we did in
Lessons
phase?
learned.
Yes.
Approach, yeah,
Yeah.
fully documented. And again, I compliment your strategy to have an independent team overseeing these projects because
Yes.
that's in their scope is to learn from it and improve into each one of these projects are going to get better by design because you have a fully qualified engineering firm overseeing it, plus everyone else's observations. So I'm pretty confident that that's going to go quite well in that respect.
So who is in essence supervising this part of the
Right,
work?
that's where CAP comes in.
Okay, which is the same person, same company that we hired to supervise phase one?
Well, they came in
They came as
stride,
consultants.
but yes, that they are the same firm. They brought in a highly qualified project manager when the project started because I don't know the history, but the person that's doing it now is excellent.
So we don't know if it's going to be the same person. They sent someone for,
My understanding is it would be.
it would be. Because I'm hoping there, I don't know if there is, maybe there is, I just don't know. There is a way of documenting all of this. Phase one, we learn A, B, and C. We can, repeat, things that went really well and we want to do again, things that didn't, and we need to consider. This report was done by the professional, I know, and part of the punch list that we have currently.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
But how do we do in moving into the next phase, learning what we did? And
Some of that is already incorporated into
Okay.
this agreement, but the real is when you select the contractor, all of those lessons learned, the reality of our geography is more knowledgeable, et cetera, et cetera. So all of that is in-house and understood.
But when you say in-houses, who has it?
CAP and ourselves.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
they definitely are, they're engineers. I met with them actually today. We went over the scope for this and I asked them all of the similar questions to what you asked
Okay.
and others have asked me. They fully get it. There's no doubt.
And you're saying those lessons learned are also in the way we're providing this contract and put together with a new vendor.
Yeah, the decision not to do design build is obviously a new decision or a different one. And we have time. We didn't, and the village didn't really have time to grab, to use those funds last time. This time you have more luxury in that respect. So they're separate. You're not doing design build.
Right.
We understand the geography even more. When we walked it with probably 11 engineers at the same time and took all of their input. Landscape architects have studied it. So the team of expertise is exceptional and it's well documented.
Thank you.
Even I went, so whatever I'm worth.
Are there any other questions with respect to this item?
I have a couple, man.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, Gustavo's. I do want to make sure I'm understanding this right. So I'm going to kind of put in my own words what's happening here. We're hiring this time. It's design and build are completely separate. So this is all for design only, preparing for the build, which would then be overseen by this same contract. Is that correct? Or the selection of that contractor is part of what's included in here?
Correct.
Okay, so the money I know is coming from the CARES Act, and do we have the money lined up for the work itself, for the build portion of this?
So the decision to include only phase 1B and phase 2, not to dig any deeper, was that line, the amount of money available.
Mhm.
From
So
the
the money from
projected
the
budget.
CARES Act, so the money from the CARES Act will also pay for that portion of it.
Correct. And this amount of scope is sufficient to gobble the money up, but also fits the
Got it.
timeline.
Got it. Okay, but timeline was my other question. So we're okay on the timeline?
Absolutely.
And the exclusions aren't asked about. I wanted to understand that. Okay, so if I'm understanding this, BEA, pardon me for clearing my throat. So BEA, Gustavo, your company, you guys are overseeing the design project, but you're not actually doing the design work. Premier Design Solutions is doing the design work and a landscape company is filling in the landscape portion, and you're overseeing this and getting it all coordinated for us.
That's correct.
So you're kind of like, I know you're not a GC, but you're kind of like the general guy, and you're using subcontractors to do the work, and you're acting on our behalf to make sure that gets done effectively. And then we have our CAP person who comes in to make sure all the work is also being done properly. So we have a bunch of set of eyes on this. We're really paying you to make sure it gets done right for us.
That's correct. We are
But
the
you're not
prime.
doing the work. Okay.
Hey, that's
You're
right.
not-
We're the prime consultant here, and we brought in
Got
the experts here, which will be PDS and Miller Legs. And
Got it.
then we'll work closely together with your team. We'll work closely together with CAP to make sure that this is done to everybody's standards, right?
Okay. And I believe that I read in the information that I read from Premier and from the landscape company whose name I did not jot down. These are companies you've worked with in the past many times. So these are not new subcontractors to you. You know these people, they've done quality work for you in the past.
Correct. Yeah, we have multiple contracts with them for other major municipalities that have done similar scope.
Okay. And does this contract lock those people into doing the work for us? Or does our contract with you give the ability to say, you know what, we're not going to use Premier now, we're going to use this other guy instead? Or are all of these things locked into place together by way of us approving this tonight?
Correct. They're part of our team. This team was pre-selected as part of our continuing contracts agreements we have with the village.
Okay.
And if we were to change directions and choose a different sub-consultant, that would first be run and vetted through the village prior to doing any of that.
Village. Okay, good. That was a big thing I wanted to know. So if you're good with these people, I want to make sure that's who you're really using. I'm not going to use the word bait and switch, but you know what I mean. I just want to make sure it's really what's going to happen for us, and that if something were to change, something happened and stuff happens, you would come back and tell the village, hey, this is going on, and we'd have the opportunity to kind of fix that with you. That would
That's
be
correct.
Okay, very good. What happens, this is probably more of a question for Paul. Paul, the two Gustavos do their work for us, and we can't get someone contracted for the construction right away, because we haven't gotten there yet, right? Until we have the design, we can't go get the build guy. So how long is this valid, and what happens if something were to go sideways? How long is this proposal good for? These plans, how long are they valid for?
You really want me to try to answer that?
Is that a Gustavo question?
No, I have an opinion, but Gustavo would be the professional in this scope.
I'm just looking at something goes wrong, something goes sideways on us.
Yeah, I mean, it's over $1 million, $1.3 million in construction dollars. In my world, that's big enough for the big guys to bite on it. And if it were $600,000 or smaller, you run into problems. I
Right.
just made those numbers up, but you follow my thinking.
No, I understand. I'm saying, but you
Yeah.
know, stuff happens. I just want to know, we have these in hand now, and we
Yeah,
can't get it done right away. We can't immediately hand it off to someone with Gustavo's blessing. How long are they good for, Gustavo? Do these things age out?
Right. There is in a more typical project, if the drawings or the construction documents are submitted for permitting, there is a time limit. A lot of times, depending on the project, it's about 60 days, 2 months. In other projects, it's more about when does the building code change. Right now, we're still using the 2020 building code. I know that the 2023 building code is around the corner. So it depends on once they are submitted to the building department, how long will they continue to accept these drawings based on those codes that were submitted?
Right.
More specifically, if there was to be a change in the geography or the geology of the project, then that could also affect the design intent of the project. And perhaps more from a civil point of view, maybe Gustavo Eckert would want to chime in and add a little bit more detail about it. But more generally, that is some of the parameters they would work with.
Okay. Okay, and then my only other comment, guys, is this something you think we should wait to approve until we get a new manager? Because this is a biggie now. This is a real biggie. This is like a huge construction thing, And we've had history in the past of things not exactly working out the way we want them to work out. So does anyone else have a concern that maybe we should get the manager on board to get this started?
Paul, what do you suggest?
It's similar to the earlier answer. This is tied to a funding
and the
structure from
deadline.
the CARES Act, and you don't want to miss those windows. You don't want to take those risks. You hired these firms, all these firms with these plans and concepts in mind years ago or a year ago.
Yeah.
I think you're following a very logical, smart financial and construction path. I don't see anything that a manager would say, don't improve your city.
Got it. Okay.
Well, not that a new manager would say, don't do it, but that they would say, maybe we should look at somebody else. I don't know. Look, we're the advisors to a CEO, and right now our CEO is Paul, and he's doing a really nice job for us, but he's not our permanent CEO. Someone's coming on board possibly very quickly. So the saying, should we be prudent here and let that person have their fingers in this, or at least a chance to look at it?
And this one has a fairly lengthy design phase. The contract was written very carefully through our professional teams and our partners. Again, I think it's the same answer, but the new manager will have more than enough opportunities to put his or her fingers into this and be as involved as he or she may choose.
No one else has a concern. I'm ready to vote on this. I'm happy.
No.
Okay. Commissioner Oliveira, do you have any other comment for this item? Your hand up.
I do not. I'm ready to vote.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so for 11C, can we have a voice vote for all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
11C passes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Um,
Gustavo, both of you.
Right. Thank you,
Thanks,
Gustavo.
everybody.
We appreciate your
Thank you.
time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's move on to 11D, resolution. Moving on to 11D, resolution 2023-39. Ed, would you mind reading into the record for us?
A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, establishing a tentative millage rate of 9.5000 mils per $1,000 of taxable assessed value for fiscal year 2023-2024, which is 18.69% more than the rolled back rate of 8.0043, establishing the date, time, and place for the first and the second public budget hearings as required by law, directing the village clerk and finance manager to file said resolution with the property appraiser and tax collector of Miami-Dade County pursuant to the requirements of Florida statutes and the rules and regulations of the Department of Revenue of the state of Florida, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Ed. We have a motion, and a second to approve 11D.
Make a motion to approve?
Commissioner Ansler, second, Vice Mayor. Okay. We'll move to discussion. Well, Paul, since this one's right up your alley, is there any kind of introductory comments you'd like to provide us for context?
I think most of you I've already had the conversation with, but just to encapsulate it, congratulations, 20% property value increase should feel good. It could generate at that level as much as $500,000 in potential budgeting revenues. So put your seatbelts on. Our budgeting process will be interesting in a positive way, and we'll get to really have, roll our sleeves up, if you will. So with that said, the historic millage rate of 9.7 has not been adopted for the past 2 budget years. As a result of 2 consecutive years, it was feasible and with this increase not to even consider the 9.7 and start off with the cap at the 9.5 range. And with the amount of money we're talking about, the difference between 9.5 and 9.7 is $75,000 roughly. So because of that, staff is recommending that today's cap be set for your millage rate at the 9.5. There's some other legal reasons why going up higher would be a little more cumbersome for you, and we don't need to go through that because I'm pretty sure you're in alignment with that thinking, and we can move forward.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. So let's move to discussion.
So historically, we've started at a very, at the top rate, right? And then because we have the opportunity to drop it, we don't have an opportunity to raise it.
Correct.
So that's the reason that we've done it like that in the past. And I understand, the 20% increase in property values, and I also understand, but we also have some big ticket items this year that we all may know about, some of us may not know about. So that's my only concern is that, yes, that sounds like a lot of money. But, we have some serious expenditures this year. And I'm concerned if we put it at 9.5 and at $75,000, it doesn't seem like a lot. But that's one police car or two, or at least 1.5. You know what I'm saying? So those are the kinds of questions that I have concerns with, but setting it at 9.5 instead of 9.7, and then lowering it if we can. So that's my only concern.
Understood. It's really the commission's decision. My understanding is that you've traditionally lowered it back to the 9.5. So I suspected the majority of the board would go at it that way, and that's up to y'all.
May I go next on this one, Jonathan?
Sure.
So I want to echo what Art said and add a couple of things onto it just for color. So I agree with Art 100%. First of all, just to make sure everyone listening is clear, we're not setting the millage rate, we're setting the maximum millage rate. So we can't go beyond this, but we can certainly drop it later if we want to. So you start high just for budgeting purposes. It seems really awkward to me to have a conversation about lowering the starting point of the millage, not lowering the millage, just lowering the ceiling before you've even had a budget workshop to look at things, because Paul's telling us, here's how much more revenue we can expect because of the assessed value increasing. But what we're not seeing yet, and we won't until the budget workshop, is the bills go up. So the bills aren't going to stay the same. Everything from turning the lights on to insurance and everything else. So we haven't seen that yet, right? So we don't know how much the bills are going to go up. So we're looking at, we're going to have an extra $500,000. How much of the bill is going to go up? We're also looking at hiring a manager who we may have to budget more for, because we're going to have that discussion here shortly. And some of the candidates are asking for more money if they were to get the job. We haven't talked about any additional projects that we might want to fund for the village. And we haven't also talked about funding our emergency reserve, which is not properly funded. So there's a lot of moving parts here. And I'm not suggesting that we raise our millage rate. I'm just simply saying, keep it at the high point so we can go into a budget workshop with as much wiggle room as we have in every direction so we can get our job done. We also haven't looked at, when you talk about it's going to bring in, it would only bring in an extra $75,000. Well, Art makes a really good point. That's a cop car that we do know we need to get this year, right? It also could pay for some of the candidates' salary expectations beyond what we currently have budgeted. So that would take care of that. It could take care of another employee. We're talking about, at past meetings, some of you have talked about adding on more staff that were short staffed. Well, that's a salary and benefits based on what we pay. But what we have not looked at either is what that $75,000, how that breaks down per property. So a couple of years ago, I didn't prepare it. I came up with the idea for a spreadsheet. Paul's going to bring it to the budget workshop. We've been doing it now, Paul. This will be the third year we've looked at this.
Correct.
Yeah. And it's a very interesting report. Vero, you're going to love this thing. It is so nitty gritty.
I saw it. I know.
You saw it? Okay. Oh, did I email that to you when you were running for office? I think it may have been one of the things I sent you and said, look at this. Paul doesn't have it done yet for this year. But that shows you then where that 75, how it breaks down per property. And then you see what it really amounts to for residents in a dollar amount as opposed to a millage rate, which is a percentage on assessed value. So for all of those reasons, I am in favor of having our starting point be 9.7. We aren't required to stay there. We most certainly can lower it. I'm guessing we probably will lower it, but I don't think we should back ourselves into that corner now until we've had an opportunity to even look at a first draft of the budget, let alone talk about, okay, guys, what other projects do you want to do? and I'm gonna go back to the emergency reserve. I want to make sure that we're doing better on that every year until we hit our ultimate goal of funding that to the equivalent of 100% of our annual budget, because that's where we need to be. And that's what's going to bite us in the butt the year we get hit by a big hurricane or two or whatever goes south for us. So I'm in support of starting at 9.7.
With the understanding the understanding this is merely a cap, not the intent to set it.
It's not the
Right.
understanding of it. That's exactly by law what it is. It is the
Right.
cap that
Right,
we
of
have to
course.
turn in. That's all. Yep.
Right, understanding of everyone up here and everyone listening and paying attention, or anyone that may watch this after, is that this
Yep.
is intent only to set a cap and not an intent to set
Exactly.
an actual
It's a
rate.
max.
I'd be in favor of doing the same.
Same.
I have a question. Paul, do you have the percentage increase if they go to 9.7?
Yes, I do.
Because we're gonna have to change it.
With that in the, yeah. Is there
So
any,
we
is there
have-
anything,
I included in my email both numbers and just started the document with the 9.5 numbers, but the plug-in numbers are in that email and I have that available.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I had the same, and I had the discussion with Paul about the suggestion as well, and I absolutely understand where it's coming from. I'm also concerned of inflation, the costs that we're gonna get to see, and a better perspective after the strategic plan. We have a better idea of
Mhm.
projects, so they'll come into discussion, yeah.
And hopefully we can we can pull all the levers, right? Hopefully we can reduce it and we can do all kinds of other stuff. And once we sharpen our pencil.
Right, none of this gets filed until September. That's what we get to work on now moving forward. We don't
Exactly.
know what any of these expenses are gonna be coming out.
That's right.
So we just have to get to work later this month.
This in essence we're acting very conservatively by doing this. Conservatively in terms of the overall budget, giving ourselves the maximum starting point.
so, I mean, we've already have a consensus on that item, and we're gonna, and Ed will update the percentages. Do we need to look at all at the dates for those, the first reading, second reading, or is that our?
Is already set.
Set? It's
That's already set.
Okay,
But I
Okay.
think we now have a resolution on the floor that we have to vote on. And if we intend to not do this, we need to vote it down and then do a second motion with the amendments, correct, Ed?
We just need to approve the resolution with the new numbers.
We can do that all in one vote.
Yeah, it's an amendment.
As amended, right? I see
Okay.
9.5.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
so we need a new motion for the amended ordinance? The resolution, I'm sorry.
That's fine, yes.
Okay, so then in that case, do we have a motion and a second to approve the amended resolution in 11D?
I'll make a motion.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Second,
second, okay. So all in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Okay. 11D passes as amended. So looking at numbers 12 and 13, I'd like to just kind of quickly take the temperature of everyone up here. I know Art, you have we have your item on here, the metal roofing. I don't want to say that this would be quick.
Nothing.
Just with the understanding, we have a few folks. Yep, yes. We have a few folks that are here with us this evening that relate to 12B and 13A. So I wonder if we are comfortable moving those items up. Okay. So do
I'm
we
fine
want
with
to,
it.
okay, so do we want to move up 12? We'll maybe start with 12B and then move on to 13A.
What is 13A? I can't see my agenda. Hold on.
So it's final draft report for the strategic plan.
Oh, yes, yes, yes,
Alan's
okay.
here with us.
Okay.
All right, so why don't we start with 12B and then move on to 13A to begin with. So 12B, village manager discussion. I don't know, do we need any introduction, Paul? No, okay. So I guess really just it's our kind of open format to discuss our interviews from last week. I think it was last week now. Last week, and any updates from any of the new candidates that we may have spoken with. And really, I would just let whomever like to get started.
Well, I just want everybody to know I'm ready to vote tonight if you guys decide you want to move forward.
I apologize, Vice Mayor, I apologize. Bryant is here with us this evening. We appreciate you being here with us, Brian. Thank you so much for making the trip and sitting patiently. So if there are any questions from anyone for Brian, he is here.
Well, Chris is also. on
Right,
there.
that was my next point. I know we have Chris, and Gladys as well.
Got it.
Yeah, so we have a few of our, interviewees on here. Okay, so sorry, Art, go
I
ahead.
was just saying, I'm ready to vote tonight. If anybody else is, I'm good with, the interviews that we did. And I'm ready to vote. That's basically it.
Okay. Commissioner?
Same, thank you for being here, for following an up all this time. And I think, I thought the interviews were great. It was very insightful to see the work that all the applicants came with, and very appreciative to see that also at a slower pace at home and analyze it. And I'm also ready to vote. So I was wondering about what the format was going to be, but
That was my next point is
Yes.
what exactly are we voting on to move?
exactly.
How about this? And everyone can kind of give me their opinion on it, is moving one of the candidates to kind of an offer or a negotiation setting where we have to provide a formal offer to that individual?
So I was going to ask about how it happened last time. I don't know what the format normally would be when we get into negotiations, but I think we have an idea of narrowing down what we already saw in terms of applicants. And then if we were ready to vote, what would that look like? I don't know what happened with
Yes.
Mario at that time.
Yeah, well, I guess before we get there, let's hear from
Yes.
Commissioner Oliveira and Kennedy. So commissioners on Zoom, I'd like to get your opinions on the discussions or the interviews from last week, or any other discussion items for this item.
Veronica needs to be unmuted. She wants to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, guys, about that. I hope to join you again in the Village Hall very soon. I am also ready to vote. My question was related to format as well, so just looking forward to moving forward.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy?
Okay, so I can be ready to vote, but I wanted to discuss something else that I'll just put out there. But let me say this first, before we just allow someone to sort of make a motion and start running through votes and see what happens. I would appreciate hearing other people's opinions on the candidates and why they would be in favor of certain candidate or candidates. You may have more than one that you prefer. Because I have, in my mind, I kind of know which direction I want this to go, but I really still would like to, this is the only time we can really have this discussion. So I think I would benefit from some of your insights on these people as well. But here's where I am right now in my head, if it were the ideal scenario for me. This isn't a race. We need to make a really good, solid decision and make sure that we've done all the due diligence we should, and we don't find ourselves, regretting a decision. And it's funny because this partly came about because Chris Truitt shared with us when he is a commissioner in Burke, Wisconsin, that they hired what he called a crappy, his word, not mine, crappy manager, because they didn't do the process as well as he now wishes they had, and they made a bad decision. And I'd hate for us or any municipality to do that. It's not a race. I want to make sure we do well and as quickly as possible, but not necessarily fast. Here's what I would prefer. I have two in my mind, either of which I think could do really well for this village for different reasons. And I would like to, I'd be happy if we narrowed it down to two, because I think we may all agree on the two. I'd like to discuss anything on their background check that anyone thinks we need to discuss. This is the only time and place we can do it. Any other concerns you have about either of these candidates, and have an open discussion. And then I also would like someone to check out references a little bit more in depth than what was provided to us on our background check. Those were very perfunctory references on the background. We got what we paid for, but it wasn't anything in depth. I did reach out to some people and have not heard back about some of the candidates. But what I would prefer is we have a discussion about a shorter list of people, possibly two tonight. And then and not to presume anything here, Jonathan, but have our mayor make some phone calls to people, to references that they've provided, and have a conversation as the mayor of this community to the people they put on the list, because there's kind of some, big rollers on that list for some of these candidates, for one of the candidates at least. And we call a special meeting in 2 weeks from tonight to have a final discussion on this. We may end up in the very same place we would end up tonight. But guys, it just feels like such a heavy responsibility. It's the only real hire we make. We also hire the attorney. But in terms of staff, it's the only hire we make. That person then has the responsibility of running our village, of hiring the rest of our staff and managing the rest of our staff. And I think if there's ever an opportunity to slow our roll a little bit and just make sure we really have crossed our T's and dotted our I's, this would be that opportunity. I'm kind of that guy anyway. I'm always trying to make sure we did it right. But in this case, I really, really think that approach is in order. That's where I stand on this right now. I have two people that I would, if you said, Mac, who are your two people? I would tell you who they are right now. But that's how I would like to proceed.
And so let me just pose a question to everyone up here too. There was one additional candidate that we as a majority had decided to come in and
then there's
interview
that.
here in person, and he was unable to due to a family health issue. I did email with him and he did say he'd be willing to come back. Chris Russo. I emailed with Mr. Russo and he said he'd be willing to schedule another time, condition of course upon that we hadn't made a decision already. So certainly interested in taking the temperature of everyone here about scheduling that if that's something we want to do before we.
I had heard he was a finalist in another city. Is that something that anybody else heard, or is it, or just me?
I mean, he didn't communicate it to me, but I don't think he would have.
Got it.
I mean, for me, he wasn't in my top list originally, so for me, it's not an issue. I'll leave it that to you guys.
Same. I'm with Beto on that.
So then I guess it was Chris had been a vote of Commissioner Kennedy, Vice Mayor Gonzalez, and myself. So I guess since we know where Commissioner Veronica's stand, if there's any discussion about for the three of us, if it's something that we want to move to an in-person interview.
I'm sorry, an in-person interview with whom?
Chris Russo.
For Chris Russo.
Chris Russo? Not really. I mean, I'm okay either way. I'm honestly, if it depends, if you guys want to, I'm okay, except that this is going to delay the process even more. And that's what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about potentially losing candidates. Not that we're going to lose candidates, but we can potentially lose candidates while we delay and stall. I'm not in favor of doing another special meeting, and I'm not coming to that one. So if you guys want to do one, that's fine, but I ain't coming to another special meeting this month. Okay. So that's not happening. So, it's whether it's going to be today or whether it's going to be at the next commission meeting. If you guys want to delay it that long and hope that the candidates that you all have selected are still going to be there. I don't think that that's just a wise move, but I'm open to suggestions.
Before we decide, let me ask this question for everyone. If, let's say we go that route and we vote and we say, okay, we've got enough folks here that we want to vote a majority to do whatever. I guess that's the next question is what will that vote encompass? Will it say we are going to elevate this one individual to move into a negotiation process? Because unless we're saying, okay, we're ready to vote on the terms of a formal offer right now. I guess.
Well, as a reminder, I did ask each of them in writing to respond to using our current compensation package, full compensation package, not just the pay, but all the benefits and memberships and everything. I asked them to communicate back what their expectations would be. And they did, and they were all very forthcoming and very clear. And you guys all have that on backup. So if we were to move someone forward, we know what they are. It would be fair to assume that we would in the same breath say, and we, at that point, I think we hand them over to the attorney and the attorneys handle all this for us. That's how it happened last time with Mario. But we would then say, and there's the compensation package. So I kind of feel like at this point, whoever we're voting on, we're also voting on what their expectations were. Not that we couldn't say to them, we need to negotiate it further, but we do know what they've said they want.
Yeah.
What they expect.
That's also.
We
With
didn't
all
have
of that being said, I still, I feel ready to vote on this.
Well, should.
And I believe that we are all likely on a very similar page. It does seem that way.
Well, the only question is if we don't do it today and, you know, when? So it's gonna be, for me,
Mhm.
I won't be here again until the next commission meeting. I mean, we have some budget workshops or some stuff like that, but we ain't gonna be talking about it there. So it won't
Correct.
happen again until August, right?
That's
And
right.
then the question is, you know, do we want to roll the dice and take a chance that, you know, one of the potential, one of the people that we may want, is no longer there? I personally don't. I feel very strongly about the candidate that I feel, that I'm going to vote for tonight. So like I said earlier, I'm ready to vote. So, you know, that's my position.
Okay, well, I have two, and look, if nobody else is interested in sort of slowing it down and doing the little some extra deliberations, then I lose out on that one. But I would like to hear people's and again, I want to try to, like, I have two that right now, if you said pick one, I'm not sure which one I would pick. And so I think I would benefit from hearing you guys talk about them. We get to do this. So I think maybe, Jonathan, might we just go around and talk about our short list or our one and just have a conversation about it and see if we can help each other come to a decision. We don't know that we're all talking about the same person or people.
Yeah, I took the words out of my mouth. I was gonna say, why don't we just say who it is we're thinking about, and then we'll just see if
Yeah.
we're all on the same page.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
What order do you want to do this in?
Particular order, or you want to just go with the flow?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, well, I'll start. Hey, since I've been talking about it. So I also have two. Mac, I agree with you. And it was a very difficult decision for me because I really, really liked both of these two gentlemen. But ultimately, you know, it's in my opinion, what edged one over the other was that, you know, when we get elected to be commissioners here, we have to make decisions based on what is in the best interest of everybody in this community, or the majority of the folks in this community. And the reason that I, you know, one stood a little bit above the other, it was simply because of experience. And the experience edged out for me, Chris Truitt, over Bryant Acevedo. Although I think the world of Brian. We had a great talk. I love his demeanor. I love his personality. He's got a okay sense of humor. But, you know, overall, you know, he, you know, and I think that if Chris wasn't in the mix, definitely Bryant would have been the guy that I would have chose. But Chris came down here. Chris was present. Chris talked about his experience. And you know, I felt with Chris kind of what I felt with Mario when Mario came to our village. Somebody that cares, and somebody, not saying that you won't care, Brian, obviously, but that's not the point. But just his overall experience, and his demeanor, and you know, just the overall background that Chris had, and the fact that, you know, he was willing to come down here also, that weighed in pretty big for me also, to show, you know, how much interest he has in the opportunity. So for those reasons, for me, Chris Truitt, it would be my vote today.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I'm gonna put you on the spot next, Commissioner Ansler.
Yes, I'm okay with that. So thank you for being here, Brian. Thank you. Oh, go ahead. Is that Veronica? You need to say something?
No, that wasn't me. I do hear some feedback though.
Yeah, I do. Everybody's muted. Right? All right. So thank you for being here, Ryan. Thank you for the time. Thank you for putting together again a wonderful document. I thought it was straightforward. I love, obviously your communication background helps you. You were super clear and straight to the point. I did share with you some of my concerns in terms of where I thought you needed to still grow maybe. And I think when we talk about experience, I do concur with the commissioner that Chris comes from a different background and a very solid one as well in terms of experience. But that would be my vote as well. It would be for Chris Trude, and for different reasons, adding to what already has been said. I appreciate also coming to Florida, but also following through our interviews and providing the document that I kind of suggested you research on. And again, the clarity of the action plan that you had detailed for us was very easy to follow. And I again, from both, I could see that coming through. It was a very difficult decision. I'm with Mac in this. I was very debating between the two of you, but my vote goes with Chris.
Understood.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Oliveira, you were chiming in?
Someone needs to unmute her.
There we
There
go.
she is.
Thanks. I wasn't actually speaking at that time. I'm sorry, Vero. I wasn't. I heard some feedback, but I don't know where that came from. It was very odd. I wasn't speaking at that time. I believe we're all so on a similar page here. My decision, it's it's tough. It's tough. We had so many great candidates and we had so many great conversations, wonderful presentations. And here you guys are showing up again. So thank you so much for that. For me, at the end, it came down to, sorry, I'm getting that feedback again. My vote is going for Bryant today. I'm just kind of going to cut to the chase because I'm getting a lot of feedback. I'm hearing my every word in my ear at the same time. So I apologize. My vote is going for Bryant because I believe that he has a lot of experience that will work well with this village. Communications being such a major factor with a small village like ours, as well as the experience at the state level and the county level. And I believe those are relationships that are crucial to the success of our small little village remaining the way that it is now in terms of an oasis, and everything going on around us. So that is where my vote lies today with Bryant.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kennedy?
Yeah, so this is why I wanted to hear from you guys because this is a really tough one. So first of all, I appreciate all four people who came in for interviews. We should just say thanks to all of them. And they really did do some advanced work and came ready to present. And they all did a fine job. And I think I saw Gladys on here as well. So I want to say hello to Gladys because I think I really enjoyed getting to know Gladys. But my short list is Chris and Bryant as well. And here's where I'm stuck. Here's how I see these two candidates, two very different people at different stages in their careers and different experiences, life experiences and work experiences and education. Here's how I view them. I think Chris has more relevant hands-on day-to-day experience that could help this village out pretty quickly. I think his personality would lend itself to dealing with vendors and developers and these relationships and contracts that have to be managed. And I appreciated his response when one of us asked him, I'm not sure who even asked him that question. And he said, don't let my Midwestern demeanor appear as a weakness. So I really liked that answer. Here are my concerns for Chris. Chris is leaving not rural Wisconsin, but small town Wisconsin to make a move with his wife and one of his kids to South Florida. And having done that, I'm a small town Pennsylvania boy who made a move down here 30 years ago. It's a huge slap in the face when you come to South Florida. So some of you are from here, and it's different when you arrive here from a very different kind of a place. The culture of South Florida punches you in the face when you arrive. Just there's no other way to put it. It worries me that Chris will be making that significant change in his life and tackling this new job all at the same time. By the way, I took him out for Cuban food that I hope you would approve, Art, after our last meeting.
don't think
He
he did
told me
approve.
he did not approve where I was taking him, so I took him somewhere better, I hope, in your estimation. And we had a really nice visit over dinner, so that really helped kind of seal the deal. So that's where I stand on Chris, and I like him a lot. Bryant has lots of things going for him. First of all, he has education that directly relates to this job, and he's looking for an opportunity to put it to good work. And when he said, I have something to prove, I believe that he meant it, and that he would use this as an opportunity to put it all together and show us what he's got. Because he wants to prove it to himself and to future employers as well. He also didn't dance around the fact that this will not be the last stop in his career. He's a young guy, and he has an advanced degree and some really cool experience, and he's looking for a place to put it all together. He has local connections. He can pick up the phone. He knows people. He's already well down that road, and Chris doesn't bring that to us. Bryant also knows how South Florida operates. So he's not new to South Florida. He knows the drill down here. He knows how you deal with people and how you got to watch what's going on and who's, when someone's giving you a hug, what they're holding in their hand behind your back. So that's part of life in South Florida. And Bryant knows that. He's lived here for a number of years. The other thing that is interesting about Bryant is he said he would accept, Chris and Bryant both said they would accept the package, the current package as it is. So what we have budgeted for the village manager, both of these guys are ready to take it as it is, boom, done. It's an easy negotiation because they said they could do it. But here's the difference. Chris is moving to South Florida for this job at that salary. And we all know that living here is expensive. For Bryant, and I'm not speaking out of turn here because this is all public information. For Bryant, this job represents a 25% pay increase over what he's making now. He already lives in South Florida and he's surviving down here quite well. And this job would be a 25% pay increase for him. And I think that increase, when we give it to him, and he's a guy with something to prove, it kind of excites me because we're giving someone the title and saying, go. So that's how I feel about both of these guys. And right now, if I'm going to have to vote here in a second, it seems, on one of them, but I'm kind of leaning a little bit towards Bryant just because he's here in South Florida already. And I like Chris an awful lot. And if he gets the job, I think he's going to come down here and just kill it for us. So that's where I stand.
Thanks,
Can I
Mitch.
ask a quick question before you comment? So although we've already mentioned, kind of who we're leaning towards, after you have your, perhaps we can have Bryant, if you guys, and also Chris, because they're both on here, come up and maybe have a little talk with us and just share with us, their perspective on kind of what the feedback that they're getting tonight.
Oh, good idea.
And how they can potentially overcome those things. And then, because listen, at the end of the day, Mac and Commissioner Oliveira brought up great points also about Brian. And I already knew all those things, right? But I think it'll be nice to hear their perspective on how we feel.
Yeah,
That's all right with everybody.
no, that's a great idea.
That's a great idea. Thank you, Art. That's
Yeah,
a great
and
idea.
Look, I'm on the same two as well. I have the same two candidates too. It's remarkable the amount of agreement we've had through this so far. So I'm really happy with everything that we've done. A lot has already been said about both of the candidates. Brian, we had a lot of great conversations. You present very well. Look, all the candidates have presented really well. All of them put in a lot of hard work. It was very clear. Everyone had presentations. Everyone was well-researched and well-read. So it's, I applaud their efforts, because it was impressive. A lot of what Commissioner Kennedy said, Brian, I agree with. The local connections are very important. It's one of the questions that I ask all the candidates is talking about local connections. And in fostering those connections and how important that is. It's already been said. I share a lot of the insights that all the commissioners already talked about. And for Chris, I'm sure he's listening too. I met with Chris and we got together on Friday afternoon as well. And Chris has some remarkably relevant experience. And he presented some fantastic ideas to us right out of the gate, which I really liked. So different reasons, but both you guys, we presented really well, and it seems very clear that all five of us like both of you a lot. So well, I guess we're pitting you guys in a battle royale right now to come up here and unfairly talk to us, I guess. Yeah, I guess.
So don't
Jonathan, may
say
I ask you a
anything.
question?
Don't say anything until after they speak.
Yeah. Commissioner,
Jonathan, may I
sure.
ask you a question?
Go ahead.
When you're gonna get these guys their last chance to come up here and give their final pitch, can you ask them each, if you guys all think it's appropriate, I do obviously, or I wouldn't suggest this, ask them to address the compensation package, give them an opportunity to cover that. They provided something to me in writing, which you've all seen. I'd just like to hear them reiterate that, yes, that package works for me.
Sure. And before we get started, let's just make sure. I know Chris is in the Zoom room here, but I just like to make sure that he's there and he can hear us. And there, no, we got a hand. We got a hand. Okay, he is. I just wanted to make sure so he, give everybody the fair shot here. So, Bryant, you're here. If you want to step up to the podium and you want to kind of address some of the items that have been discussed here, we would love to hear from you. Just, you could take it right out of there if you want. It'd just be easier. There you go.
All right. So good evening, everyone. First and foremost, thank you to all of you. Thank you for your time, for your consideration. Thank you for this opportunity. I guess what I can say is that I do have something to prove here. First and foremost, I have not held this title in the past. So again, thank you very much for your consideration. But I do have a lot of other skills that I bring with me, and I hope to expand on those skills as well as gain some other skills while I'm here. Again, I know I might have some shortcomings, but again, as a manager, I do believe that they may not have every skill. They may not be an attorney, they may not be an engineer, they may not be, something else. But again, it's up to a good manager to lean. It's up to a good manager to lean on their resources. With that being said, again, we have a village attorney, we have a finance director, we have some other folks, we have the commission, of course, that I would look to gain some insight from. And that's where I'd be looking to start. I am familiar with this neighborhood. I was first introduced to Biscayne Park back in 2014 when I started attending the Crime Watch meetings. And I did that for almost 2 years. Again, I lived no less than half a mile from here, right outside on West Biscayne Canal Road for 5 years. I walked this neighborhood many times, came in here many times. I am familiar with the county. I am familiar with the state. I bring those resources with me, and I have no doubt that I would leverage those resources in my role as village manager. That's what I can tell you. And I guess I'll leave you with this, because as I onboarded someone not too long ago in my current position, I guess, commission, you have to ask yourself, who do you want to work with ultimately? And I hope it's me. I hope I put my best foot forward. I certainly think I did. in all in all the conversations that I had with all of you and the presentation I put together and my work ethic and my work product, I certainly did put my best foot forward. So I hope all of you saw that. I hope all of you recognize that. And that's what I can say. And I hope that you would want to work with me as much as I want to work with you. That's what I can say. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Right, thank you. To Commissioner Kennedy's point,
Thank
did you want to say anything, or address anything about the compensation package? It sounds like you've already communicated your willingness to accept it as it's been offered, or not offered, proposed, or outlined. Is there anything else you want to say about that?
No. What he said is true. I did respond to his inquiry in writing, and I would be okay with that, to accept that compensation package if it was offered to me as is. So
Understood. Thank you, Brian. Before you step away, I'd open it up if there's a question or anyone wants to ask anything of Brian before we ask Chris to jump in. No? Commissioner Kennedy or Oliveira?
Thank you. No, just, thank you so much for your willingness to come and speak with us again today. And, obviously I was impressed. I enjoyed the conversations and, just all of the above regarding your familiarity with Biscayne Park and everything that we're trying to do here.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ryan, thank you very much. We appreciate your willingness to jump on our offer here to step up. So thank you, and thank you for being here.
Of course. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
So Chris, can you hear me? I think we got to
He needs to be unmuted.
unmute him.
You are.
There he is.
There you go.
There we are.
Great. Hi there, Chris. Glad to see you
Chris.
here on Zoom with us.
Hello.
We appreciate you being here. So in the same vein that we asked Brian to step up and just kind of address some of the items that have been discussed so far, we'd invite you to kind of do the same and address the commission if you would.
Absolutely. First of all, I don't envy your position. Based on what I've heard this evening and from Brian's interview, Brian, the next time you and I are in the same state, I think you and I need to grab a coffee no matter what happens here tonight. This is awesome. But yeah, I do want to address just a couple of things. I don't have something to prove necessarily in my career. I do have something to prove in that I am coming from Wisconsin.
Uh-oh. Breaking up. Is that happening to everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Chris, we lost you. You don't have something to prove.
You broke up a little, Chris. It looks like it might be happening again.
Yep. Freezing up a little.
Maybe he wants to call in so he can not have this
I'm
happen.
moving just so I'm closer to my
call
router.
this one instead.
I get nervous.
Do we want to do that? Chris, we could give you a call. Might be easier to do it over the phone so we don't lose you again.
Let me call you, then
On
we can
the-
use the phone and pass it along.
Well, on the agenda, no, if he goes on the agenda on the Zoom link, there are phone numbers there that you can call in.
Oh, there we go.
And then we'll be able to hear him and everyone.
There you go.
can hear.
Yes. Yes. Easy.
Monica
Yeah,
and
give
Matt
me
will be
just
able to-
1 minute.
No problem. Oh, good idea. Do the same. If it helps.
But when he does call in, Chris, if you can hear me, you'll have to mute your computer or we will be getting feedback from you. Don't
Yep,
do it yet because you can't
absolutely.
unmute.
Right, there is no phone number on the agenda.
Oh. When you open up the Zoom link, there should be phone numbers listed there, no?
All right, let me try going back in here.
Maybe Shantae can share that phone number.
Is there a dial-in?
Give
Shante?
one second, she's looking
She's-
for it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's not showing me here.
And of course,
Is that
now
it?
he's not freezing at all now that
The same song.
he's not talking. Now, of course, it's perfect.
As soon
Maybe
as
we
he
should
starts
just let
talking
him-
again, it's gonna freeze up.
Yep, exactly.
Should we let him give it another whirl?
So Shante sent it to your email, Chris. You may want to check
All
that.
right.
Here we go.
Wasn't he the one talking about helping out technology?
Yes.
Text suggestions.
Here we are.
So there is.
It should be dialing in here.
Nothing happening on this side.
Well, I think he goes into a waiting room that only Shantae can see.
Yep, it should be popping in right now. All right, I am in the waiting room.
There he is.
Hey, all right.
Zoom 15.
Now, when she unmutes you, Chris, on your phone, you'll need to mute your laptop.
Yep. All right, so we should be good.
We're still not hearing you through your phone. She has to unmute you. No, she has to unmute you. There you go.
All
righty, we are here.
Mute your laptop.
All
All right,
Kill that.
feel that. All right, we should be good to go. No echoes, no feedback.
There you go.
Right.
Really good.
Awesome. Holy cow, that was a lot. We need to fix this. Anyway, as I was starting to explain, I don't. You're absolutely correct. Brian has a lot to prove. Younger, fresher in his career, I should say, than I am. I don't have as much to prove. What I do have to prove is that a Wisconsinite can come down to South Florida and make a huge difference. I have a decade of experience in small town management. Running a small town is way different than running a larger city, or in your case, a small village, I should say. There are political skills that I've gained over the past decade that can really only come with that experience. Commissioner Kennedy, I totally understand the hesitancy of having someone from outside come down to what can be quite a mess in South Florida, some pretty cutthroat politics. What I would submit to you is that's actually a benefit for me. I come down with fresh ideas. I come down with experience I've gained over a decade working in local management, working with the larger cities around me, working with in-state government, and also working with the federal government. I bring all that with me without preconceived notions. And I think there's a lot to be said for having those fresh eyes come in. One of the traps that we all fall into in government is, but this is the way we've always done it. This is the way we do business here. This is the way things normally run. Coming into this, I don't have any of that. I would be able to start fresh and ask really great questions like, well, why? Why have you always done it that way? Why do things go this way? Why do we need to do it that way? Why can't we just do what we need to do the way we need to do it? I totally understand that I don't have that huge network down there. One of the things that I do in both my town position as well as my position with the state is create those relationships with other local municipalities, whether they're small towns or large cities, as well as state legislators. So what I haven't mentioned in my interviews is in my current position as the facility manager, I spend probably 60% of my time working with town boards, village commissions, city councils, county boards, trying to move projects forward. So whether we're asking for rezones or zoning, conditional use permits, just general permits for operating certain types of facilities. I have a lot of interaction with those local municipalities, and I also leverage those relationships. As I mentioned before, a lot of this is about not just what I need from you, but what I can do for you when I'm dealing with these other politicians or other local municipalities. And that's something too that I think only comes with experience, the ability to hear what they're really saying beyond their actual words and find ways to create that relationship, to create that path to cooperation. It's going to be a huge adjustment. I'm not going to lie, coming from Wisconsin to South Florida. But like I said before, what I have to prove is that a Wisconsin boy can come down to South Florida and make things happen for you. I'm extremely driven for that. What I'm not driven to do, and this is something that I had mentioned previously, is jump careers in a few years. I am looking for some place that I can come down, do great things, and have a decent life. I am, as I mentioned in my interview, very driven. One of the things I mentioned to Commissioner Amsler is some of the best things in life happen right after normal people would have given up. It's that perseverance. And that's something that I definitely have. So absolutely, you are not getting somebody who is young and fresh in their career. You're getting somebody who's been around the block a few times, somebody that understands how politics works. Maybe not the nuances of South Florida politics, but politics in general. And I think that experience is invaluable. Just listening to the meeting tonight, I have a whole list of things that we should touch on if you choose to give me this position, things that I think would be of huge benefit to Biscayne Park, everything from funding to ordinance suggestions. You guys are all relatively new in your positions as commissioners, and I apologize for using guys at the Wisconsin thing. All of you are relatively new in your position as being commissioners. I have the benefit of seeing this play out for the past 9 years. So Matt, for example, as you had questions about specific wording on how to hold contractors accountable immediately, that's already stuff I have experience with. I can, if not provide the answers, at least help you with that wording to understand what we should ask legal counsel for to try to accomplish some of those goals. And that only comes with experience. The other topic that was mentioned was compensation. I am totally fine with compensation. I actually suggested maybe we should look at a vehicle allowance. That doesn't seem to be something that's necessary for a village manager in a village the size of yours. I don't understand why that would be there. Something else I think that we might look at is the contribution to the Florida retirement system. 34% is insane. That is awesome. As somebody who would benefit from that, I would absolutely love that. But I don't know that that's something that's really necessary to pay out at that high level. And again, these are things that only come from experience working in this position, hiring managers myself, hiring staff myself, understanding what the market looks like and what folks are looking for. So I do appreciate getting a little bit of extra credit for my flight down to Florida. I'm still trying out my shirts, but I wanted to show you guys how committed I am to this position and to this opportunity. We're coming to Florida regardless. We are going to be closer to my sisters and my mom. The ability to continue my work in a town or village-like government in Florida, especially in Biscayne Park, which reminds me a lot of Burke, that's really a dream come true. So while I don't have something to prove necessarily, I have something that I would love dearly and would do anything to make happen. So I hope that addresses some of your thoughts and some of your concerns. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. about my past, about my background, about the background check. Any questions you have, I'm an open book. Like I said, trust to transparency. So with that, I will hush up.
Thanks, Chris. So same question to the commission, as we had when Brian concluded. Are there any specific questions or anything that anyone would like to address with Chris, now that he's concluded his piece? No? No?
I don't have a question necessarily, but just a comment maybe. I'm the finances of moving to South Florida for the first time these days with what's going on down there with costs and rents and everything is still a concern for me, for Chris. But as a reminder, guys, if we are to hire someone tonight, we're required to do their first evaluation in September. And if we offer them the package as it stands now, it doesn't mean that during the budget process, we can't budget for more money for the position so that we could give them more money after their evaluation or for later in the year. So we do have that ability, just to make sure everyone's clear on that. If we lock something down tonight, we still can budget for more and can do more. And do either, well, I did not get to ask Brian that, so never mind. I'm good to go.
Okay. I guess my next question to the commission then is has this changed anyone's current opinions such that a vote would not be proper? No?
Yes, I would now be voting for Chris.
Okay. Well, based on what I'm hearing, it sounds like we are already in majority based on initial feedback. So I think we should just put it to a vote now, since we know that the two candidates that we've both all identified as potential managers for us are comfortable with the compensation package. So I don't think we need to talk about negotiation. So I'd like to just get a poll from the commission.
Well then, Jonathan, if I may make a suggestion, since you feel like we kind of are out of place anyway, I think it would be wholly appropriate if it's allowed that the mayor would make the motion to hire one of these candidates, and we could vote on your motion as mayor.
Sure, not a problem. In that case, then I will make the motion to hire Chris Truitt as our village manager, and I'll put it to. Do I have a second?
With the package
package that is that was posted, I think, with the job posting, correct? Is that? Yep. Okay. Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a second. So all in favor?
Can we have a little discussion first before we vote?
Sure.
We didn't discuss a start date with either of these guys, and Chris has to move. So maybe I'd like to know when Chris could start. I mean, we could still vote on it, but did we talk to him about that in his interview? Did that come up? I think it did. Now I can't remember what he said.
I don't know that it did. I don't remember
We
discussing.
did it
this.
publicly, but so are we holding the vote and discussing that later, or what are you doing it?
Well, I don't know that that's going to change anyone's mind.
No, let's go ahead and vote.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and vote, and then we'll I think we can talk to Chris if we all agree.
Okay, yes, my vote goes for Chris.
Okay.
I vote yes.
Yes. Okay. Commissioner Oliveira?
Yes,
Right. And yes,
for the sake of a unanimous vote, of course, yes.
Mhm.
understood.
Difficult decision, Brian. Thank you very,
Brian.
very much.
Brian, thank you so much.
We wish you the best of luck.
So Chris, when can you start?
Yeah, go ahead. Brian, to say a
Let's
few
see, I can
words,
catch the
guys.
next flight down in a couple hours.
No, listen,
Sorry, Chris, just one
What?
second.
Yeah.
Brian just wanted to say something very quickly for us.
no, thank you to all of you. Thank you for all your time and consideration. And Chris, thank you for your kind words as well. You will be working in a great place. This is a great community. And again, just thank you to all of you. Thank you to all of you for the opportunity and for the consideration. Truly, thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
And Bryant, I meant what I said. When I'm down there, if you have time, look me up. I would love to grab a cup of coffee with you. You have some incredible stuff to offer.
Yeah, you'll need him. Make friends.
That's true.
He's your first local contact.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Chris, when can you
Thank you,
start?
Brian.
All right. So I am
Go ahead, Chris.
required to give a 2 weeks notice, but that's all I'm required to give. So it's kind of up to you guys. I would like to get started as quickly as possible. That could be as soon as 3 weeks from now. We're going to be a little challenged. Holly and I, my wife and I, have decided that we're actually going to purchase. So we're going to sell our place up here, move everything down and find a place to buy. So I'm going to be either hoteling it or Airbnb-ing it for a few weeks or a couple months, trying to figure things out. I guess I'll put the ball back in your court. How much time are you willing to give me, understanding that I can be down there in 3 weeks?
In how long, sorry, Chris? 3 weeks, 3 weeks?
Gotta approve the contract.
Yeah.
Yep, 2 weeks for my notice, and then figure a little bit of extra time to figure out how to get an Airbnb or something.
The beginning of August.
So September
we
1,
have to
is
get-
that we're looking at a September 1 start date?
For me, that sounds, that makes the most
Realistic?
amount of sense. Yes, realistic if someone moving as well.
Yeah, I think the 15th of August is probably more,
A month from now?
yeah.
What about the 15th of August, Chris? Is that something that's doable for you?
Mid-month? Mm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That gives us enough time to button things up here and figure out a plan down there.
Giddy up.
So,
Oh.
so what's the next steps for us, Ed?
We'll draft the agreement pursuant to the terms that were set on the web, the announcement.
Okay.
And send it up to him for approval, and then we'll put it on the August 8th agenda for approval by the commission.
Okay. All right, great.
Congratulations, Chris. Welcome to the
Thank
village.
you. Thank you. I cannot begin to explain how excited I am to not only move down there for myself and my family, but to help Biscayne Park start writing the next chapter.
Yes.
Thank you, Chris. We're, I think we're all very excited to get you down here and get you to work.
Oh, perfect. Well, thank
Paul
you
is
very
too.
much.
Chris, I see
And,
some other Truitts on the call. It looks like your family is here celebrating with you.
They are, yep. They chose to listen in tonight, my wife and one of my daughters and my son.
Oh, congrats. That's
Very
beautiful.
cool.
Congrats to the whole family.
Yes.
Yep.
Welcome to
Come on.
Miami, Truitt.
Come on down to Florida, Truitts. Here we go.
Yes.
All right, sounds good. Is there anything else you guys need from me at this point?
I don't think
back.
so.
No.
No, I think our
Okay.
village attorneys will be reaching out to you with the contract and then we go from there.
Yeah, you'll be hearing from our
That sounds
attorney.
good.
That's the only time we want to hear that
That's
phrase.
never good. No offense, Jonathan.
Yeah. Great. Great,
All right,
Chris.
well,
We're
thank you
looking
very
forward
much.
to it.
All right, have a good evening.
You
Thanks so
too.
much. You as
Thank
well.
Bye-bye.
Okay, great. Well, I think that wraps up 12B. So,
Who would have thought our search would have brought us somebody from Wisconsin? Here we go.
I don't know, but I'm
Awesome.
excited. I'm really excited by the
Definitely
fact
not
that we
me.
all felt so strongly about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
You
was a
just added
tough,
to the diversity of the village.
it was a tough one, but
good.
I'm excited. We need-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me as well.
Yep.
All right, so good work, everybody. So Alan has been waiting patiently.
Last man
Once again.
standing.
Last man standing, 13A, Alan. 20 minutes?
Hey, Jonathan, just to let you know, I
Yeah.
have a dinner that I have to get to. I will be leaving here in exactly 15 minutes to run to the elevator and get to a dinner.
Well, that coincides with the end of this, so you'll be in good company.
Okay.
All right, Alan,
I'll go through this as quickly as I can.
got 60 seconds. No, I'm just kidding.
So you all received a draft several weeks ago. We posted it on the internet. I got some initial feedback from you, and I specifically asked you for just the edification of the general public, for you, the commission, to come back to me with editorial comments of what I'll call a non-substantive nature, and then substantive issues we could talk about tonight. So I ended up
reorganizing and adding some elements to the plan. I'm going to show you that very quickly and then show you a couple of surprises. And I want to thank, I heard from most of you, and I'm not going to name names. I'm just going to say thank you to those who I did speak to. I'm going to call one person out because Commissioner Ansler wore me down on some editorial comments, and I finally changed some formatting for her.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Anna.
So,
Very kind.
all right, so the plan now, the cover has changed, it's simplified. The executive summary is more focused. And it goes into more detail to explain the process and what's in the report. And from that explanation, the history and the village facts got moved back to later in the report, so we could jump right into the meat of it, which is then the mission, vision, and values. I put together this hierarchical diagram for you, laying out the various elements of strategic planning so that the reader would have a better sense of not only the elements in the plan, but the elements that your next administrative team is going to be working on to implement the plan. That being the objectives, tasks, and KPIs. So then the vision, mission, and value haven't changed, although I did clean up that funky picture so it's a little more proportional. And goals and strategies. What I did with goals and strategies, I'm constantly looking to summarize and reduce. So as you know, the number of objectives dropped from 17 to 14. And a little rewording just to make that a little better. And then, oh, actually, you know what? I'm showing you the wrong sheet. So what I'm showing you right now is actually a summary sheet that I put together, and that's it right there. So this is a short version that you could give out to your residents if you want. Okay. Another thing that I put together for you, if you'd like to give out to your residents, was this. I did a little trifold for you.
Oh.
So this would be just the vision would be on the back cover. The mission would be on the first inside when you open it up. And then when you open up the full trifold, you would see the values, goals, and strategies. So that's just like I said, a little value added. But let me go back to the plan. Okay, so and I'm clearly there we go. I was looking at the wrong one. Okay, so table of contents we added from an earlier version. Everything else is the same from what I've told you. And then I added this new section, linkages between goal strategies and community data. So the goals and the strategies now have a very clear, there's a very clear linkage between each one of these and the data that was generated through the community survey and other processes. And you'll see that every single section in the organized data spreadsheet is represented in at least one, if not more, of these different goals and strategies. And then project methodology, as I said, I reorganized a little. So background, the contract, then it goes into village history, which based on some feedback, I did summarize a little more. Village facts, I added a little more about village architecture, and I think volunteerism was already in there. The rest of the methodology and whatnot, I believe, stayed the same. And just for members of the public, what we have here is a full description of not only why the commission did this strategic plan, but then how we promoted community involvement, the different ways that we did it, the details on those. Then we talk about the data that was collected. Data integrity was important to members of the commission, so there's a whole section about that. then data organization, and I give all the information on how the data was organized, so that it's clear to the reader, just what is in the backup material, and which I'll speak on in a moment. We have the timeline, and that timeline will be updated on the date that I present you the final. I'll put that date on the timeline and then sign and seal it, so to speak. We have the demographic analysis, which I've already discussed with you. And then we go into a lot of detail on the survey questions 2 and 3, the categories and subcategories, and what each of those sections means, so that the reader can read through all this, understand the comments and priorities that arose through the community comment process, and then they'll have a clearer idea when they go back and they look at the goals and strategies. And then after this section, we go into data results, and it's really about the number of comments in each section, some proportionality information, and then I also provided information if there was disagreement in a particular section. That's highlighted here, both from a number perspective and a proportionality perspective. Some of you asked for that additional information to be added. Then we get into the appendix. So we have the results of the PESEL and the SWOT exercises with explanations on what those are now. The email comments, we only got 3, but they're here. Public meeting comments. As you'll see, the people that attended the meeting are listed, but the each individual comment is not attributed to anybody. So just like the survey, the public comments are essentially anonymous. We also have, importantly here, an employee comment section. And I want to point out that the employee comments were not used to determine the goals and strategies that were created for this plan. But I think it's nonetheless important for you and management to understand what your staff is thinking. Some of them have great institutional history, and they know what's been going on in this village for a long time. They also gave the perspective more from the organizational perspective. So not only what's going on in the community, which is where the vast majority of your resident comments lied, but really talking about what's going on in Village Hall and the different policies, procedures, and just, day-to-day things that they felt needed to be, commented on or addressed. There's also a companion Excel spreadsheet, which has all the raw data from the community survey. And then it has the answers for question 1 organized, and then the organized spreadsheet for questions 2 and 3. That organized spreadsheet also includes the public meeting comments and the email comments. So in a nutshell, that's your plan, okay, and all the backup for it. And I am ready to hear what, if anything, you would like to change at this point. Mayor?
Thanks, Alan. Okay. Do we have any specific questions or comments for the new draft plan that Alan's presenting?
I work closely, and Alan, thank you so much for your flexibility in the back and forth. And I know a lot of this already has my input, so I'm just gonna let you guys go through it.
Okay. Any other specific comments or questions right now for Alan, Commissioner Kennedy or Oliveira?
Veronica, go first. She needs to be unmuted.
There.
Can someone unmute Veronica?
There she is.
1 second.
Thank you.
There she is.
Thank you. Alan, it's been such a pleasure working with you. You're a very patient human being.
It's been
I
my pleasure
appreciate
as
you
well.
very much. I know that, maybe Amsler was on you about formatting. I know I was particular about Is and Ts, and
Yes.
in my culture's lingo, we say we're a little tiki, if you will. So I appreciate that patience. This was such a big project for us. And I think that we all were very thankful that Mario kind of pushed for this before he left. And I think we're all really, really looking forward to the next phase of the objectives and tasks. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Kennedy?
So Alan and I have had more discussions about this than either of us can remember at this point. My fingerprints are all over this thing to the point that I'm done. I think it's fabulous. Oh, Veronica, Vero, thank you for the formatting stuff that I can see that you helped him with in here. That helps a lot as well. So I think we have all contributed just in a fabulous way on this. And I just have to say that, well, first of all, Alan, thank you. When we hired you, I had really good hopes for this, the biggest hopes for this. And you have far surpassed anything that I thought we were going to get, truly. And I mean that. We got so much more. I would have been happy with 2/3 of this, and you just knocked it out of the park for us. And I feel like you really captured our village in this document and went to great lengths to make sure that everything was fully considered, and you cared about it as much as we did. And I felt that every step along the way, and I really, really appreciate that, because that's hard to hire. It's hard to find someone who cares that much. So I really appreciate that. And I'm sitting here looking at this, kind of like pulled back here for a second while Alan was presenting his final version. And I'm just thinking to myself, we have a strategic plan in place now, and we have a new manager. What a great day for Biscayne Park. My goodness, what a great day. So we have the map, and we have the driver, and here we go. This is so exciting, I can't overstate it. Now we just need a budget. So we'll work on that next, and by September 30th, we'll have gotten all the pieces in place.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Alan, you incorporate feedback in such an uncanny way. The way that you take all this feedback in and you synthesize it, and this product comes out. I mean, I read it through the first time I read this, and I think it's fantastic.
Right.
I mean, I don't think we could have hired a better man for the job.
Thank you.
So thank you for
Absolutely.
all of your hard work. This is fantastic. I know that I'm very excited to see how we kind of deploy this and move forward. And like Commissioner Kennedy said, we've got a new manager to come in, and he's got a little bit of direction, which is great. So I really don't have any other comment on it other than it's very well done.
Jonathan, I have to run right now. Are we voting on something? Do I need to vote quickly before I run?
What's before us to vote on this?
That is no longer a draft and they can be accepted as final.
Accept it? Okay, all right. So do we need a motion to accept the draft? Okay, so a motion and a second to accept this final draft?
I'll make
I'll
the
make a
motion.
motion and I'll second hers.
All right, so all in favor?
Aye.
So
Yes.
does it come back to us as a resolution to adopt, Ed? How does a municipality make something like this? How do they take ownership of it with intent?
You just did it.
That's it? Okay, good. Okay, guys, thank you very much for accommodating my schedule. I have to run to a dinner. Take care.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Bye.
Enjoy.
Thank-
Yeah, right.
Mayor, just two things.
Sure.
It truly has been a pleasure. So, and I'll just leave it at that. Sometimes
That's one thing.
that's one thing. The other thing is, I want, please let Chris, your new manager, know that he's welcome to call me.
We will force him to call you.
No, but I mean, I'm proud of my work, and I'm happy to, help him take it to the next level. If he decides that, he needs professional help, well, I'm here for that too, but that's not what I'm saying. He can call me just for me to sit down and walk him through it, and and help him better understand it. I'm happy to do that.
It was very kind of you.
Okay.
Thank you, Alan. We
Yep.
appreciate that.
And thank you again for the opportunity.
Thanks for waiting around for that.
you.
All right, so very quickly, 12A metal roofs and 13B AI for the meeting minutes will roll over again. Sorry, Art. I think we also had the Pocket Park issue for placement on the next meeting agenda as well, if I didn't mess that up. And with that, motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we got it.